Do Jesus. What's good with it? What's good with it? Everybody is live. Everybody's goddamn live, baby. Listen. I listen. I was trying to come on here to be as straight faced and as serious as I could be. And I was gonna put the bullshit last, but I don't know about you. I don't know what is the bullshit. At this point, I done found on the goddamn on where you on the paperwork where I could have been letting the goddamn reader thing read the paperwork for me. Shit, why should I do all the hard work? Fuck that. But I think I'm going to read it, at least read majority of it, whatever. If I get tired, that reader is going on. But listen, yeah, everybody is like, everybody is hollering and screaming tonight. Honey, you can't make none of this shit up. I couldn't make this up if I tried. If I tried to make it up, I couldn't make it up. But I'm not going to belabor the point or whatever. I'm just going to tell you, say these words, right? And hopefully I don't offend someone, but if I do, I don't give a fuck. Because this is the most disrespectful ass department on YouTube. Okay? It's disrespectful as hell. But that's the right passion to find. That is the attitude to have. Listen. Okay? Probably at least August or September, probably September, I made a conscious decision not to go back and forth with nobody about anything. And if they cross the line, they just cross the motherfucking line. I ain't got to go back and forth with you on that shit. Because, I'll get you one way. I'll get you in the streets. Don't worry about that. But that back and forth shit, it goes nowhere. But back and forth. You got people that has been going back and forth for 4 motherfucking years. You got people that's been obsessed with motherfuckers for 4, 3, 2, 1 year. That is nuts to me. Okay? That does nothing but run your pressure up and shorten your goddamn life. Over what? Over motherfuckers you don't know that have an opinion? It ain't that motherfucking serious. If you are in touch with you and you know who you are, and the motherfuckers that matter know who the fuck you are and who you are as a person and what you mean to them and what they mean to you, I don't give a fuck about nobody else. You don't give a fuck about nobody else. All these people, this is just some crazy shit. But I want people to be mindful of this. I can understand the emotion about being mad. I can understand that. That is well warranted. There's nobody that should be mad at somebody for being mad. I have a problem with the emotion of being insensitive and trying to clown a motherfucker because of what someone did and what they thought they had to do for whatever reason. I have a problem with that. Being mad, yeah. Because I know I was fucked up. But I'll tell you, about how shit works, right? And what happened. As far as me, my end, I'll tell you what happened. So, there's nobody that shouldn't be happy that someone is alive, whether you like them or not. If you say something different than that, then something is wrong with you. That's just who the fuck you are as a person, which probably is reflective of your life, and that's why you all fucked up. Don't sit here and say that you're not, because anybody that got a deficiency when it comes to, and I'm gonna keep saying it, got a deficiency by choice in education. And then when I say that, I mean from K through 12. You all fucked up. That's in my opinion. Because if one thing, it's a several things you need to navigate this life, and a decent education is one. Motherfuckers don't have a decent command of the English language or lexicon, whatever word you want to use. So you got, shit, motherfuckers ain't never been married to a tree and shit like that. It's because people see something in you and they don't want to be fucked up with you. They don't want to be your friend. They don't want to be your family member. They don't want to be your mate. They don't want to be shit. Ain't necessarily how you look. Ain't necessary that you are, whatever. Just who you are as a person. If you're a fucked up individual, they don't want to be fucked up with you. But I can say this, and I can't speak for everybody, but if that lady was such a fucked up individual, everybody named Mammy wouldn't have been looking for her or trying to discover the truth. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I'm not speaking for the masses. That's just my opinion. Because something that you truly don't care about, that you care nothing of, they don't evoke the motherfucking the behavior to go searching for a motherfucker. And when you find them, you don't ride their ass. You mad as fuck. And then you got people, and then you got people that was accusing other people of causing the death or whatever. They going off on those individuals. They're not really being insensitive to the person that's, at the heart of the matter. I ain't taking up for nobody, whatever. I'm just saying, I don't give a fuck if you don't like what I say. I don't give a fuck. But, right. That's just my opinion. To get to the motherfucking bottom of it. Because people want to know where to place their emotions. You wouldn't give a fuck if you want looking and whatever. You wouldn't give a fuck how your emotions are placed. It's placed how your evil ass place them. But if you weren't looking for the truth or whatever, you wouldn't be caring, Hey, you try to figure out where to place your emotions. That's just my opinion. I'm not speaking for nobody. Please don't hit the link. Fuck with me right now, because after this I'm getting to the reading. Then you can hit the link to throw me off my game. Don't throw me off my game, right now. This you can get to it later. But that's just my opinion. Now, I have to say this. And I don't fuck with everybody and whatever. And that's just what it is. But like I was saying, let me go back to this. In September, somewhere in September, whatever, I made a conscious decision. I'm not going back and forth with anybody. Motherfuckers I've been going back and forth with a year or so. I ain't say nothing else. Because see, I'm always going to give you the aha moment, or the, as I say, narrative killing season, or I say Jordan in 23, Kobe in 24. I'm gonna knock you across your motherfucking head and make you look stupid. You're not gonna say that I keep shit going when I ain't saying shit to nobody or back or start nothing. You're not gonna say that I'm the cause of shit when I ain't even involved in motherfucking shit. You're not gonna see, and that's how you prove your fucking point. But what she didn't think like that. I use this twin engine brain. I'm like, I'm gonna be able to point it out, and they're gonna be able to say shit, because this is what these people do: lie and switch narratives, whatever. But I'm going to show you, I'm not doing shit. I'm like Kobe in the goddamn Lakers game. My hands up. Somebody fouling me, my hands up, because I need the referee to see, hey, I ain't touched no goddamn body this go around. The fuck? So, but She didn't take that, she thought maybe you have to do something else. Maybe she felt a way about certain things, and as right she should have. I don't know who keeps fucking with who. I don't know who keeps fucking who. I really don't. I really don't know who keeps fucking with who. So I can't tell you, who's starting and who keeping it going, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Oh, I don't know, and I don't give a damn. But I can tell you this, is that somebody can just stop and let a motherfucker be a fool by themselves. Let a motherfucker can look this, that, the way. And then what you going to have to say behind that? How you going to explain that? Come up with another line as narrative. And then all you have to do, you got footprints out here. You can go back and see. I ain't said shit about your motherfucking ass. But she didn't take that path. I get it. Some people want to take maybe a non-traditional path for whatever reason. It's not me to judge. You have a lot of sick motherfuckers out here, sick in the head, sick other ways, sick whether it's medical or whatever, whether you can't talk, walk, you got heart trouble, high blood pressure, whatever the fuck you got. You sick. It's all in the categories. Something wrong with you. You can't do something. Okay? That's one of the symptoms of being sick. You can't do something. Something not functioning. Okay, so you sick. You could have went back and forth trading blows on the sickness, whatever. That's not something I do, because I don't stoop to that level. Well, one time I kind of did, but I really don't stoop to that level. But it don't mean that it's off the table, because you sick motherfucker, I'm a sick motherfucker. You talking about my sickness, I'm going to hit you with yours. I don't give a fuck what's wrong with you. If I get in that kind of mood, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But normally that's not my first bag of tricks, because I'm more skillful with my words. That's not my first bag of tricks. I can just tell you, I'm going to beat your ass no matter what's wrong with you. I'm going to wear your ass out with this mouth no matter what's wrong with you. But even that's useless, because some of these motherfuckers feed off that. See, she didn't think about that. Some of these people feed off the going back and forth. They need it. They need it for YouTube. They need to keep it going in their life. They need to be attached to you, all that kind of shit. These motherfuckers are sick. But y'all ain't believe me when I told you. And everybody got a problem with me saying that mental health is a problem out here because they motherfucking got it. Crazy than a motherfucker. Jealousy, you can hear it. Y'all can sit back and not say it or whatever. I ain't got to attach no names to it. You can hear it. I'm sorry. That ain't nobody in my that I talk to. I can see every day if I wanted to. But I'm going to talk about their ass every motherfucking day or every other day, or even when they ain't talking about my motherfucking ass. That is crazy. That's doing the same thing and expecting the same results. That's crazy. Something wrong with your motherfucking ass. And I'm not trying to make fun of mental illness or whatever, because I told you, as long as you got whatever you got and you ain't fucking with nobody, and you blowing it to the ceiling and shit, and you ain't fucking with nobody, whatever, that's your treatment for it, hey, I'm good with it. When you out here fucking with motherfucking people, I got a problem with that. That everybody fucking with you. Leave people the fuck alone. Because you don't know how people are going to react, how it's going to affect some people, how somebody's feelings or whatever. You got some people that's real sensitive. You got some people that feelings get hurt easy. You got some people that love to be admired and all of that type. You got a whole bunch of shit going on. The psyche is a dangerous thing. So since you never know, leave people the fuck alone. Because motherfuckers show up or send somebody to your motherfucking ass. Then you're going to be like, huh? I ain't mean that. It has happened too many times with me. I done rolled up on motherfucker. Well, let me talk to you. I didn't mean that. Let me see what happened. Well, no, it was such and such fault. They the one told me about it. All that bullshit. A million and one excuses when you up in that motherfucking face. So I'm just saying, people that's not, and here's the thing, right? The no good motherfuckers out here, they gonna treat this situation like no good motherfuckers ain't shit motherfuckers do. No good, nothing ass motherfuckers. It wasn't nothing in life then, ain't shit now. That's how they gonna treat it. That is how they gonna treat it. I'm taking out the emotion of being mad and angry, whatever, because hey, my feelings my feelings on the line, early on, I felt some kind of way as far as what I'm saying is when I first heard the news. But I know, and I fuck the training. I mean, these people chalk it up as training, but I'm chalk it up as a person who I am as a person. I wait. I'm not a person to jump on out there. I like to wait, especially dealing with you motherfuckers. So who knows what it is? So it's just really, really put, crazy to me to even upon hearing the news how some people reacted or whatever. I'm like, wow, that tells a lot about your character, who you are, your values, and that's why you are where you are now. That's why you're trapped in your own fucking head and trapped in your own fucking way. You ain't gonna make no more improvements. The improvements that you will make, it's gonna be knocked back by something else. That's how it works. But when you're a good person and you're trying to do good all the time or most of the time, and you receive some setbacks, you know what? It's usually temporary or not at all. Or you come through that shit like what? And it's crazy, and I'm not a person. I just share this because this is what able me to come on here tonight. Because I wasn't gonna. I said, damn, I ain't gonna ever be able to read this shit because I want to, stick to that part of it because that's my part that I dedicate out here, right? To read this shit, right? To make sure that we understand it, we understand it together, and I translate it to where everybody can understand it, right? But I was sitting here stressing, and I'm trying to. I don't have time. All that shit I put on there about trying to start extra business, trying to do this, whatever. It is real life, so I don't have time for this shit. Again, I don't have time to comb my hair. You seen it? You seen my face? I ain't got time to do that. Okay, but I'm up here gray and all this shit, doing all this stuff, whatever. And I don't ask for shit. And anybody that knows me know I don't ask for shit. But I put out a post and I said, if any student assistant can help me with grading some of these papers, it'll be greatly appreciated. I have no problem with stamping your cards for credit, this, that, and the third. And I'm telling you, and I thank God, within 4 hours, we knocked out the whole shit. Knocked it out. I was like, thank you, Jesus. Because I don't ask for shit. Oh, no, I didn't say the same thing. I don't ask for nothing. And we knocked it out. Grades posted in every goddamn everything. And I know y'all be like, hey, what the fuck, so what? Now ain't no so what if you see what I had to do. Even I'm so behind, and I hope you don't mind me saying this. I had to even ask JoJo the motherfucking Ryan for a project that they could do. He had to help. He gave me something to help write into a project. That's how last minute and behind I am because I took on too much shit, but that's okay. I'm gonna get through it. So, but that's what I'm saying. So when you a good person, this type of reaction happens. And when you got people jealous of you, reactions are going to happen. What you're hearing. So I say to Miss Denise, take what you're hearing and process it however you would like. You hear the sincerity from the people. You hear the people mad at your motherfucking ass. Because a lot of those people y'all were once cool with. Y'all were once down. Y'all were once whatever. And they have to find a place to put their emotion. That's why everybody was looking for you, honey. And you also hear the motherfuckers that act like they can care motherfucking less. Okay? You just got to process that. But I'm for one happy you're alive. But let me tell you now. Let me tell you how this works. So, listen. I'm glad that you motherfuckers, would consider it, whether or not you believe what I said. Now, I don't give a fuck because I know, how I can get down, how I do it, whatever. So let me tell you this. So I'm just gonna tell you my part of it. I don't give a fuck. Tell you my part. So I hope you don't mind me saying this, but Larry called me, right? He was confused because he was, like on my, like Mr. Neeston died. He sounded like he had 5 cigarettes in his mouth, all different brands. A Newport, a Cool Filter King, a Salem, a Winston, and a Marlboro, all lit. He felt bad. And then he told me, he said, and I was like, where you hear that from? That's what I said. Where you hear that from? He said, it's on her wall. He said, JoJo responded to it. I said, JoJo ain't told me no shit like that. And why the fuck he ain't tell me no shit like that? How the fuck? We together in some kind of way, damn near every day, and you ain't tell me no shit like that? So I go wake his ass up. I'm like, hey. I said, why you ain't tell Mr. Nieces was dead? I'm like, what? No, they said her Aunt Kissy dead or something. I like, no, they saying it's her. And so I think I put on that wall, I say, let me get this right. Are you saying Miss Denise is dead or your Aunt Kissy dead, whatever? And then I think somebody came and cleared to me, no, Kissy is Miss Denise. And then I had to relay that, information to him. I was like, oh no. So immediately we felt some kind of motherfucking way. But here's training. I said, okay. Because it wasn't clear, really clear. Well, I think by that, so Adams had in camera, whatever. I was like, okay. I said, well, let me do a confirmation. Okay. I politely logged in using my resources. I know y'all hate me to say that word. And I looked in. Maryland has 2 places where they register bodies. Baltimore's medical, the coroner's office, as well as you goes to the death registry that feeds in the vital statistics, right? So I went in. Hey y'all, and I went in and I checked both. Okay, nothing there. I said, okay. I said, let me see if I, can get a connection to the boys in blue. See what y'all got. Then can we put some out in the streets of Maryland? They have different places, different, trying to cover, trying to get as close to, her last known as possible. Nobody heard anything. I said, now I think she's a pretty big deal or what have you, right? Then I got word that they were having a big party in Baltimore. All right, got that word. The systems upload every so often, like between a range every day. I don't know what it is for Boston. I mean Boston, not Baltimore. So I checked it again. Still nothing. I got a hit, not for her, but I got a hit that somebody died that morning, Saturday morning. I believe it was Saturday morning. But that person hadn't been fingerprinted. And all of the thing they had in there was that person's tattoos. I didn't know if she had tattoos or not, but she wouldn't be unidentified. Because here's the thing, right? When you have been doing this forever, and this is what you have taught, this is what you teach. Well, I don't teach it now, but this is what you have taught. Whenever somebody confirms that somebody is dead, therefore there is a body somewhere. So half the job is done. It's not that somebody's going missing. Going missing is a whole nother different type of investigation. But dying and somebody report that your ass is dead, there's a body somewhere. So if there's a body somewhere, I know what city and state you're in. Not a problem. Not a problem. So I look. And I look. And I call. The mother, get in touch with somebody, use their credentials to get me to the desk of somebody in Baltimore. Then we had it all out in the streets of Baltimore. Several different people's come back. There was a big party going on downtown in what's the name? And I didn't let one source know what the other source was doing, because there ain't no use for that. But somebody did overhear somebody, trying to feed me back some information. We was doing all kind of shit back here to try to confirm whether or not, this was actually the truth. Reason why? Because we care. JoJo had a whole dedication that he was putting together, stuff selected in every goddamn thing. So I'm just trying to wait it out, because somebody is going, you're going to, if you just do, y'all types of doxing, Google, rely on Google, something's going to come up maybe with regards to the funeral or whatever on that legacy shit. Nothing came up. There was nobody, and I didn't know her maiden name. I didn't know if Brew was her maiden name. I know if Brew was her married name. So, I did a search by her name only. I went back as far as the 16, 17, 18, nothing. And when you, and even if you die in the hospital, dying in the hospital, it delays when it gets to the system, because when you die in the hospital, they are going to put your dead ass information in there, right? So it might be delayed, because that's usually some kind of clerk or somebody's doing it. But once you go down there to them people, when you make it down there where where the coroners and stuff, they fingerprint your ass. All right. So I wasn't getting no hits from nothing. No prints, no name, no description, nothing. So that's why we ain't say shit. It wasn't that we didn't care, wouldn't believe whatever. When we had to ultimately say, well, if that is her way of getting the fuck up off here, we ain't got nothing to say about it. Because that's just what she want to do. And we're going to respect that. And hey, and it is what it is. We're going to respect that. But shout out to the people that showed some love, concern, and care, and was definitely looking to find out how to place their fucking feelings. So, Mr. Needs, don't ever think nobody didn't care or wasn't concerned or whatever. Just like you handle your shit in one way, everybody else handle their shit in another way. But I hope that you see that, hey, who's who and what's what. And to know that it's probably never that serious. You know, my last goddamn tour with the people, you know, we had to do a lot of that type of stuff. So that's why I have access. Now we had to make identifications and lose people and discover new people and all that type of shit without going into, you know, shit that you really don't even need to know. But yeah. So I didn't find a body. So that's why. And I was going to look again today. You know, so wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Hold on for a minute, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. I know goddamn well nobody want to blaming shit on me. I know goddamn well nobody want blaming shit on me. Hold on. Hold on. Cause I had shit to do with nothing. No, but you know what? I didn't you know, you would never want to assume anything 312. That's not how I do. And I don't go off, you know, without having some type of concrete. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me go on mute real quick. You know what? You bitches always looking for somebody to shift some kind of responsibility some motherfucking well. I ain't the motherfucker that was going back and forth with the motherfucking lady, back and forth, making childish ass bullshit and whatever with the goddamn lady. She said something, I did something, that was it. Stupid ass motherfucking drug addicts. Kiss my fucking ass. Damn dumbass. Anyway, that just took the part where I was finna say, motherfucking ridiculous motherfuckers. The fuck they got to do with me? She ain't fake her death after we got into it. How about that? Now I can change directions on what the fuck I was gonna say. Motherfucking goddamn fucking puppy looking motherfucker. Get your ass up. Anyway, motherfuckers always got something to say. In the comfort of they motherfucking goddamn way out wherever. The fuck up. Little stupid. Anyway, and then that's about as much energy I'm gonna give your motherfucking ass. Motherfucker. Just do what you always do. Instead of talking about my motherfucking ass, just stick to copying everything I fucking say. How about that? Motherfucker. My enemies always want to be my fucking enemies. Stupid bitch. Get your ass up. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So, then you got some people who solved it, quicker than others. Some people are a lot smarter than others. And then you got one particular group who, they are a group. And they hang with people just like them. And they run in the chats to people that understand on the same level as they do. They're the same type of motherfuckers that will call you ugly, but then when you see they motherfucking ass, you be like, well, goddamn. You ain't had time to comb your hair and fix your face either. But anyway, I'll get to that sometime in 23 or maybe 24, depending on how it goes. Anyway, so, oh gosh. Anyway, and so you got that group. Now, some people, a little bit smarter than the rest of them. I don't fuck with them like that, but they are. They're going to figure it out. The ones that say, I don't never do nothing. We don't dog somebody. We don't do nothing about it. Bullshit. Okay? You see how this, see, I was going to go another direction, but now somebody hit me and I'm going another direction. Might be on your ass. Okay? But anyway, but I'll keep it semi-positive. And then you got the other group, who hands down, if you did a survey to say who was the dumbest group in this sector, I'm pretty sure 90% is going to say that group. They're probably so dumb that someone was going to vote that they are the dumbest group on the planet. They are just finding this out as the woman is speaking. But don't put me in shit. Me and mine zone in shit. Because we ain't said a motherfucking thing. Hold on.
Hello, good evening, Miss Angie and
Hey, how
chat.
you doing?
I'm okay. Thank you for allowing me to come on your page. I'm sorry to disturb you.
That's okay.
I excuse me, I'm sorry, I got a sinus infection. I um I was a moderator for Miss Denise. And as many of you, I know everyone is hurt, But I'm thankful before God that she's alive. No one never wants to wish death or see death upon
Right.
anyone. My husband is retired Army. I just want to show you where I'm going, if you don't mind, for an example.
Mhm.
We have 6 kids. We have a 17-year-old son that's autistic. My youngest daughter is 15. She'll be 16 in May. I have a daughter that's 29, 31, and then my baby girl here is 18 in college, and then my oldest son just got married. I'm saying all this to say is because you, I, all of us on this chat, we all may be in good health. We may have elevated blood pressure. Anything could be wrong, right?
Mhm.
And then tomorrow, you don't know what can take a turn. Like my husband, my kids found him face down in the bedroom floor, chest pains. I tried to call 911, but men don't like going to the hospital. So I talked him into going to the urgent care. We went there. I just, in a little roundabout where the security is to drop off people, and told the guy what was going on. Rode a wheelchair out there. To make a long story short, after they assessed him hours and hours and did tests, comes to find out he has congestive heart failure. All I'm saying is none of us never know
Right.
what a person is going through. I'm not making any excuses. All I'm saying, I'm just grateful before God that she is
Right.
alive. None of us have to deal with the pain. Her family don't have to deal with the pain.
Mhm.
But most of all, there are people that care. We all just have to, and I said it on her page too, we all just have to agree to disagree.
Mhm.
Let go and let God. None of us know each other personally.
Right.
I'll tell you, I cried. I don't know her personally. I don't know you. I've seen you on her page. None of us know each other. But it
Right.
doesn't mean that we don't care about one another. God's children don't mean that we don't love one another.
Right.
And like again, I'm sorry to disturb you and bother you,
Yo,
but
you got
I
it. You good. You good.
I just hope this message reaches her. All of us are going through something in life. All of us. And I just pray for her health to get better.
Mhm.
And I don't know what she's feeling. None of us knows. None of us know what we all are feeling, within our
Right.
personal lives is what I'm speaking of. Because everything isn't to be shared on social media platforms.
Right.
But it seems collectively that with, with the disagreements and agreements, whatever those may have been, there are people who really care and love her.
All right.
And we don't want to see any ill feelings, not only against her, but none of us. And so, if you just would allow me to say to her, if you hear Miss Angie's page, we care about you. We really care about you. And I hope she gets well. I saw the video when she was at the marketplace, the Little Rosses in the parking lot. And I
Mhm.
said to my husband, because I don't like to scare him because he's sick. His heart is only working at 23%. And he just
Oh.
recently had another SICD device, is what, I don't know what you call the lady that comes and talk to you when someone is in surgery. She keeps coming out there to talk to you in the waiting room and telling you the progress of what's going on in the surgery. And then after the fourth time, I never seen her no more. It was the guy who came out and talked to me, the cardiologist who did the surgery. And
Mhm.
so there are physical therapists, occupational therapists. There's a nurse that comes in here. Somebody who spent 27 years U.S. Army, never smoked, never drink, never club, no homeboys, just deployment, deployment, deployment.
Right.
And when they came and told me that his heart was only working at 23%, this is my only point. None of us never know
Right.
what someone is going through. You can be up today and feeling well, having a conversation amongst
Right.
ourselves, but doesn't know what we're going to happen tomorrow. We don't know. My kids found me on Christmas Day and called 911. I
Oh
couldn't talk. I
no.
kept pointing to my throat. I know this sounds stupid. If y'all are talking, take your finger and touch your throat. You can feel your throat moving, that soft part. And something felt like fire going between my breasts. And when the kids called 911 with my husband, they told Paul that I had 10 minutes of life to live.
Oh no.
My gallbladder was inflamed and was about to erupt. And this is just an example. All I'm trying to say is
Oh God.
none of us never know
Mm-mm.
what we going through. You understand? And
Right.
when my primary care said week before last, whatever is bothering you, let it go because you're too young. Your blood pressure's in stroke zone, 220 over 112. It's unstable. My blood pressure is
Wow.
unstable. So I try to keep myself calm. I take my blood pressure pills. I stay on my other YouTube channel, just upload my food and stay to myself. I just love good energy with music and laughter and love. I don't like negative energy. And so I don't know you. I don't know none of you all I'm saying is I believe everyone's heart and minds are in the right place. And we just want her to know that we are glad, not only for her, but her family, that nothing drastic happened, that, she's still alive, in other words. And so
Right.
I thank you, excuse me, for letting me just speak to you for a minute. And again, I'm sorry for disturbing you.
No,
And
that's okay. Thank you. That type of disturbance is always welcome. Thank you so much.
you welcome. And I always spoke to you whenever I saw you over there. And
You do.
and and if you ever saw me under Angela Southern Confidentials and Seasonings, that's me too. So
Okay.
I always speak to you from that other page. But I just hope she hears and feels the
Right.
love, which is expressing our hearts.
Right.
And so if she needs to take time down, we got it. Everybody needs to take some reflection and
All right.
step back some time to regroup. Just let go
Right.
and let God, because, like my doctor told me, I'll be 52 in 2 weeks. And my doctor said, you don't want your kids to wake up one morning and mama dead in bed. So I'm saying all this to say none of us never know what somebody's going through.
Right.
And I just pray and ask God she gets well. I really do. And she gets stronger by health wise. And anything that you disagree with someone on social media, don't even
Hmm.
discuss it. Just let it go.
Right.
Life is more important. Where all we have is God's people. We don't need to be family to help one another. It could be a librarian. It could be the lady at the Rite Aid at the counter. You don't know when somebody may be in distress, but this isn't it. So I hope you all have a beautiful night and take care of yourselves and just let go and let God. That's all I can really say. And for
All
all
right.
that's
Thank.
hurting, I love you all and just be strong. Okay?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye bye.
All right. All right. Thank you. Ooh. Lord have mercy. And listen, what she said is so true. And it took me a minute to understand that because I'm just, I got anger issues by however I got the motherfuckers, I got them. But but what's more stronger than my anger issue is my logic and common sense. I had to say, now wait a minute, what the fuck am I going back and forth with her for? What they need me more than I need them for whatever reason. And when I say that, I ain't talking about the dude on reading and stuff like that. No, I'm talking about you need me for your commentary. You need me to feed your own crazy, insatiable appetite for bullshit. You need that. You need me for your motherfucking show. You need me for this. You need me for that. So hey, um, so and that's what it is. But I'm just not a person that believes in putting people in bullshit, but they ain't got nothing to do with it. And I and another thing that 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 should have told you, and this is y'all individually, that this was a old fucked up place to be in, is when you started being the person that you're not. When you log off this motherfucker, you ain't that person. And when I found myself just letting people shit, whether or not people that I that got a problem with me, we going back and forth to. When I started sitting up there and letting those people get, lied on or whatever, or getting drugged through the ring or whatever, I was like, okay, this not me, because I'm gonna come out and correct the bullshit, regardless whether you like me or not. But in normal society, and some of you motherfuckers are abnormal. In normal society, those people be like, hey, we don't fuck with each other. But she damn sure told the truth when it was going down. Those are the people I'm used to. I had to also think about this, and Levi said this. He said, you know why you don't understand this and you think this foreign? Because you don't know these you don't be around these type of people. These type of people are automatically taken off my motherfucking contact list in any form or fashion, whatever. And the only and if I have it out with a motherfucker, and if I, either make the olive branch, or if I extend the olive branch and they extend the olive branch to me, and I motherfucking accept it or whatever, and we figure it out, that means that I think that they're worth something. And you can never ever not have too many good people in your life. But these old funky motherfucking bullshit ass motherfuckers, they come a dime a dozen. And I would never let that type of energy, those type of motherfuckers, be on my motherfucking goddamn payroll. No, that ain't gonna work out. Mm-mm. I don't give a fuck what you call me. I don't give a fuck what you say. All I know is this: I'm not gonna fuck with your ass ever. And didn't never want to see you motherfucking asses in this motherfucking chat nowhere else. I don't give a fuck if one person done this motherfucker. I don't value your ass. I don't value because you two ain't my goddamn life. This is not what I have to do. This is all voluntary. And when I don't want to do it no more, or when I can't afford it, or when whatever, I will simply not do it. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. I'm not looking for no goddamn love, admiration, respect, none of that right here. Because you motherfuckers are void of that kind of emotion, of that kind of behavior. So how can you expect to get that from a bunch of motherfucking animals? Lying ass motherfuckers. Motherfuckers that got to do something with a narrative, shift the blame, blah, 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 whatever. Got nothing to do with shit. My name shouldn't even been mentioned in none of this because I ain't gonna say shit. And if she wanted to exit the way she wanted to exit off this motherfucker, I wasn't gonna say shit. But I was gonna, for me and my feelings, I was gonna confirm whether or not she's laying somewhere cold or something. Shit. I mean, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers. I really don't. Don't say shit about me no goddamn more. I'm gonna talk about your ass. And I got memes that's on deck already. Talking about memes and shit. Leave people the fuck alone. That's the fucking problem around here. I don't get it. Had these YouTube brawls been a fist fight, everybody been died of a heart attack. Cause how fucking long can you fight? It's you motherfuckers are conditioned to bullshit. That's not me. I'm not in need of no commentary, none of that bullshit. I don't do it for that reason. So hey, I ain't clicking on him to report on nobody's life. I'm not doing that. Not saying that people was. Now here's the difference, right? You have people reporting bullshit on people's life. That's totally different. You have people that came out here and gave sincere memorials and something. That's totally different. You see those all the time. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about y'all. I'm talking about the motherfuckers that came out here to TMZ, the lady life and shit, or anybody, and talk, just negative ass bullshit. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about them motherfuckers. And if it's you, so be it. But leave people the fuck alone. At some point, you got to do that. Yeah. So yeah, no, I had to really hey, just listen. It just, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I mean, I just wanted to make sure. I don't. You just never know. I just wanted to make sure. So listen, I went to look for the body. Couldn't find it. And the only thing I said on my wall was, "Hey, I just hope it ain't true." Cause we was fucked up. I mean, Jojo and I had to have about a 5 minute moment of silence, just thinking about this. Yes, ma'am.
How you doing, Miss Angie?
I'm doing good. What's going on?
Lord, I did my checks and balances like you did, and I'm just lost for words. I'm sorry. It's like what 4 o'clock here, and I rolled over and I heard you was live, and I said, "Let me listen, see what Miss Angie were putting talking about." And this is just too far fetched. It's just too far fetched. Has anybody spoken with her?
Well, she did a live with somebody's on somebody's channel. Yeah, she did a
Okay.
live with somebody on somebody's channel, and she was speaking. I didn't hear it or whatever. And I don't. I'm not a stalker, so I don't stalk people and stalk people's walls and shit. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't, unless somebody send me something, a motherfucker talking about me or whatever is going on, I wouldn't know. Somehow I don't get the notifications when you post shit on the walls. I don't. I don't know
Yeah, me
why I
neither.
don't, but I don't get them. And the so and I didn't get a chance because I'm saying I was grading fucking papers, so I didn't get a chance to hear all the live over that latest, but I heard some of it, and I was like, and I heard a voice. But I listened about maybe 5 or 6 minutes of it. So hopefully, it might be still up where I can go listen to it, whatever, and see, what she's really said and things of that nature. But it's at this point it is what it is.
So whose panel was she on?
God is
Was it?
done.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just. I'm gonna keep it quiet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep it quiet. Code of conduct. I'm gonna keep it quiet.
Right.
I I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I mean, I know we all go through things, every single one of us,
Right.
but for me, it's easy. I just shut my channel down and I'm out.
Yeah.
Deuce it. It's that simple for me.
Yeah.
But to my heart goes out to her because I was
Yeah.
I was watching her live when she was at Ross, and I thought something's not something just didn't it just wasn't right. It's just something wasn't right. And she was on JoJo's panel when was it, about a week ago,
Mm-hmm.
and us lawyers, we're very analytical.
Right.
Okay, we're very analytical, and I said something's not right. But my heart goes out to her. It really does. It's something going on.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
And
to go. I'm gonna have to go to God. You said God is done. I don't really listen to her. I have to go and listen to see if it's still up.
right.
Hmm.
Yeah. And some people, they're sensitive to something. Some people might not understand what's going on, whatever. But I had to look at it. You have people like Beyonce, Jay, whatever. Those people get all kinds of shit said about them, and they don't usually respond unless
Hmm.
it's something that really crosses the line or whatever. They don't usually respond. You
Hmm.
got to put yourself in that type of mindset. Let a fool be a fool by themselves, because
That's right.
eventually, somebody is gonna and whether they say it out aloud or not, they're gonna think, you know what, that person ain't even bothering that motherfucker, and they just steady going and on and going and on. That lets you
Hmm.
know that something is wrong upstairs.
Yeah.
Ain't that? Listen. I'm not gonna do all that. And for an extended amount of time. And it's and I was like, I'm shocked and surprised I let, because the last internet beef I was in, baby, it was I was fortunate because we was going to have to cross each other. It wasn't like these scared motherfuckers around here. These some scary
Mm.
motherfuckers around here. We always gonna touch cross each other in Florida, Georgia, or Virginia. We always gonna cross each other. So there was no way out. Some people they couldn't phone it in. They had to be there. So listen, when I run up on your ass, it is what it is. But here you going back and forth with a bunch of scary motherfuckers. Or a bunch of people that the only thing they can do is what they do. That's the only thing they can do. And if that's being the case, then they're sad themselves. They are the disadvantage because they can't do shit else. They can't beat you in no category. So you have to say, okay, what would Beyonce do?
Yeah.
Yeah, they be like, huh? It don't make no
Hmm.
goddamn sense. It's like they have the saying that the woman can't sing. Well, okay, but we know she can sing.
Hmm.
She's not no Whitney Houston. We ain't say that, but she can definitely
Hmm.
sing.
Hmm.
So that's shit like that. When somebody's challenging your shit and they can't do nothing, you have to look
Yeah.
back at the motherfuckers.
Hmm. Yeah. Like Les
Like,
Brown
huh?
say. Yeah, like Les Brown say, don't let someone's opinion of you be your reality.
Right.
You see, because
Exactly.
you
That's
know the
beautifully. Go
no,
ahead.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, it's mental. It is, and I
Hmm.
and I'm long ways from a mental state, but to go
Right.
to this level of Angie, your mouth is a sword. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying hypothetically,
It
your
is.
mouth is a sword. Your mouth is a sword. It's as powerful as a 9 millimeter. You see, and this is why we have to really, really watch what we say. We really do. If you say you're sick and you're really not sick, the next thing you know, you're sick.
Hmm.
I meant like health. Health.
Yeah.
You have to really, really watch what you say and what you do.
Yeah. And which you wish upon people, and stop
Yes,
projecting your sorry ass life on others. Okay.
yes,
Don't project
yes.
your sorry ass life and your feelings on others and how you think, and you want motherfuckers you want motherfuckers to be all fucked up like you. You want motherfuckers to wear ugly outfits like you, or to do however it is, whatever's going on with your ass.
But
They project that shit on you, and that is not the truth.
what I'm not understanding, you had two individuals who did a live and said that they spoke to her family. They said that she was gone. Oh Lord, I need Botox. I think I'm gonna get me some Botox. Girl, come good. Girl, if you see my
Well,
face right
is it from the worrying lines, or is it from the headache? Which one is it?
no,
Do you need Botox for?
well, I need it because I'm just dumbfounded about why would anyone do a live and say they've spoken to a family who said that she was deceased, and to argue with other individuals to say that, oh, you shouldn't have did this out of the kindness of their heart. This just doesn't make no logical sense.
Mm,
Why?
oh no.
You had two people, and I like both of them, and I still do. But why?
What?
Did,
Well,
did, did you?
can you do? Did you know what a private chat is? Can you tell me who those two people were?
Oh, I don't know if I can use names. Shina and Dana.
Oh.
Shina did a live yesterday. See, I've been quiet. I've been in the clouds, but I've been doing my checks and balances like you did, and I came up with nothing. You see, I came up
Mm-hmm.
with nothing, and I said, wait a minute, huh? Because when you die, there is a record.
Mm-hmm.
There is a record, whether you're in the hospital, all you need is connections. I have connections just like you do. And I
Mm-hmm.
said, wait a minute, this is too quiet.
Right.
Yeah, you had Shina and Dana. They said they spoke with the family, and the family says she's gone and don't be sending her flowers and money. And I'm thinking, I didn't hear nobody say they were going to send money and flowers. It just
Mm-hmm.
this is
Wow.
monotonous. This is monotonous.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then you and
What?
JoJo, yeah, y'all didn't do a live, and I said, oh yeah, it's confirmed. Cause I know JoJo. I know
God damn.
I knew. I knew because you do your checks like I do my checks as
Mhm.
well, and I didn't find anything on Saturday or Sunday, and I said okay, and then pages were being taken down, and I thought, huh?
Mhm. Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go listen to that live to find out what was the motive, why. Just log off, just log off.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Yeah. But when I understand, a lot of people that was here in the beginning, have left. You know, have left this, sector, whatever, for whatever
Hmm.
reason. Some of them got, you know, hey, whatever, and they left. And that is the easiest way to it could have been, hey, I'm gonna get y'all back, or I don't know what it was done for, I don't know, but I would have to say I'm glad that she is alive. You can bet that. But
Yeah, me as
got
well.
to you know you got to navigate this shit here a little, different. Not, and I can't tell nobody how to navigate this motherfucking shit here. I really can't. But I mean, that was the ultimate jokes on you type situation. I mean, if that was the aim, I get it. You know, hell, she killed her own narrative. Hell,
I'm just still dumbfounded. I'm really dumbfounded about all this. That's and I'm not even in this sector, like I used to be. I move on to other things and busy with work and all this other stuff and with my little boo thing. So, um, but when I heard this, I thought, huh? So, mm,
right,
so
right.
unfortunate. So
It is.
unfortunate. Oh,
It is. It was something, you know.
and
But when
people crying and
yeah.
oh my
Oh yeah,
God.
baby, we was devastated back then. I was like, and I didn't get no alert till Larry called. Sounded like he had 5 cigarettes in his mouth, all lit. I said 5 different types. He was real concerned. And then
Yeah.
he said JoJo posted on the wall, and then that's when I was like, JoJo, he ain't tell me no shit like that. Boy, I was so mad at him. I said, JoJo, wake up. Wake your ass up.
Yeah.
Shit. He talking about, no, that was her auntie. Like, no, they said it wasn't. They said it was her. And then the games
Oh,
began, and I was like, hmm.
ooh, child.
Yeah,
Shit,
that's
that's all I
yeah,
can say.
honey.
Ooh, child. Ooh, mm-mm.
Now, one of the people's names that you mentioned, the her in it, you have to watch her. Not what to watch her. That's not what I would recommend. She crazy as hell. Okay.
Oh,
So
Shina.
yeah, so somebody just told me that she was just repeating what Dana said.
What?
That lady wants attention. She trying to stick around and stand and shit by any means necessary. So she would jump on in some shit and then run the same narrative that has been disproven over and over and over and over again. And because I got pissed off because somebody said, yeah, they said, because you posted her shit, she ain't, put my name in the motherfucking shit. And I ain't done. That was over with then, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm
I ain't go
familiar
back and
with.
forth about that with that bullshit. So, but you know what? I'm a bigger person. I'm gonna say this. I'm a bigger person. But wow, cuss a motherfucker. Leave me the fuck alone. Then now listen. I'm a bigger person most of the days, but there's some days and some hours where I get weak, and I will go back to my old. So, but I'm gonna be a bigger person. So that lady have accused Oko of putting her daughter in shit or whatever, and that was not the case. She just making up shit, and but she crazy as hell, and y'all ain't
Hmm.
gonna never know for too late. She done told you she go to the mental people. What you think she just going there just to the shop? No, she
Hmm.
going there to talk to somebody because she nuts.
Yeah, I'm familiar with her. I've been in this sector for what, 4 years.
Yeah,
And
the
I
same.
remember when she came on board, and it was something about her daughter, and they were supposed to put it was a lot that went on with that. So I'm familiar with her.
Mhm.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah,
Bunch
I'm
of
familiar with
bullshit.
her.
Bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch
Mhm.
of bullshit. None of all that stuff did not happen. And I mean, it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I've seen people. She has a way. She even through her craziness. I understand she's a Virgo, so she knows how to shimmy and slide her way and shit. And listen, crazy ass lady. If you say something, I'm not responding. So you don't. That don't mean you're gonna get me into a back and forth. You definitely
But
not
what-
on my
but
priority
this
list to go
is
back and forth because I know how you do. I got your ass. I know how your motherfucking ass move. And see, that's what I do. I sit back and check your motherfucking how you move. I know what to do when I
but
want to push your fucking buttons.
this is
I know what to do when I don't. When I just want to see, So that's the fuck I do. You got to
but this
outsmart
is
these motherfuckers.
crazy. Admin
It's
was on
crazy.
her channel, and they tried to tear him apart. It didn't work because Adam's, he has, both feet on the ground. And they was literally trying to attack him. And the whole time, Miss Denise is breathing.
Yeah. And well, let me tell you some one thing I've learned about Atmos, and I said this from when I was doing that ranking. I said when you come to rank these niggas out here, I think then I put Atmos at number one. I think Atmos was at number one. I think he was. The guy who was at number two. I think it was Willie. But somebody. And even through the bullshit or whatever, Atmos came out and did his, tribute to her. And then
Yes.
he was tactful when he said, okay, welcome to find out that ain't the case or whatever. And like I said, I'm not definitely not excusing nobody's emotion of being angry because a lot of people took flack about it or whatever. But he's not, being sensitive, you know, um, insensitive or any of that type of stuff. He's, really being, a person that you know, should wanna put on your contact goddamn list and instead of putting on your fucking block list. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
I have nothing but respect for people who get down that way because he could have took it in a whole different, you know,
Yes. Yes.
different direction. It's understandable. Hell, it's understandable.
Yeah.
I get it because
Yeah, because
that's a
that
hell
was.
of a fake out.
Yeah,
But
because it was respectful of him when he heard the news, and
yeah,
people were saying he shouldn't have done that, but why not?
right.
I didn't
These
think
people try
anything was
to
wrong
run
with it.
and tell you what you should do, who you should have, who you should do, who you should talk, have up on there, who shouldn't do that. What? And so that's why they have a problem with me. Because I ain't listen to none of that. And they know damn well don't call me with it. Because you're gonna get cussed the fuck out. And I'm gonna threaten your life.
Well, honey,
Y'all
I'm
tell me
gonna
about no bullshit, about how
this
you
is
feel. You
crazy.
feel that way because it's you know, you're not looking out in my interest. You that's your own personal feelings. I know how these motherfuckers operate around here. They'll never be able to goddamn shit me or shit on me. And I'm not the one that's gonna come out in the end. Are you fucking crazy?
Ooh, this
Whether
is
you want
just
to acknowledge it or not. I'm sorry to do all this cussing while you up here, but it's just it is
honey,
what it
it's
is.
okay, hon. You know I done been on these panels. It's just who? And I'm so quiet. Everybody said, "What is she doing up there?"
I know. It's like I ain't cut the food in a minute. That's what I'm saying. You waste your time by doing that with these motherfuckers. They
Ooh,
be you'll be dead and gone. They've been moved on to somebody else to fuck with.
ooh, child.
Yeah. And if somebody told me any day, listen, instead of running your mouth, whatever, with me back and forth, whatever, why don't you shut up and run up on me? I would politely shut up until I run up on them. But not these scary motherfuckers, because all they're going to do is stay in the house. And if they do come out, they're going to look both ways. And they're going to come back on
Mm-hmm.
him and be on some bullshit because these motherfuckers are crazy. Crazy as hell. That don't make no goddamn sense. So, whatever it was done for, whatever, I don't know. I don't know. But Atmos, they gave it to him. As far as
Yeah.
I can understand, because I was too busy working my 75,000 jobs, so I was too busy doing all of that to keep up.
Well, you have to like I was on JoJo's panel about a couple of weeks ago, and that's what I was saying to him. I'm all about getting my coins. The heck with
Yes,
all this stuff going on,
yeah,
on
yeah.
YouTube and everywhere else. Um, but yeah, because I didn't even listen to all of Atmos Live. I think it was maybe what 5 or 6 minutes because I was on a date with
Mm-hmm.
with Sweetie Pie. Yeah, and I said let me contact some people. When I
Yeah.
heard it, I was on my device. Sweetie said, "You gonna be on your device and we on the date?" I said,
Yeah,
"Yes, because I need to do some investigations."
right.
Shoot,
See what the hell is
girl.
going on.
Oh,
Yeah, but no problem. I'm serious. You did your due diligence both ways.
yes,
But,
he
but
sure
to think
did. It was nothing wrong with it.
right, to find because a lot of times, and here's another thing, right? That people do out here. They come out here, they say the wrong shit, the whatever it is, and they never come back to correct it.
Mm-hmm.
They never come back to correct it. Even when it comes down to the paperwork. J Boy put her shit out. The government will put their shit out. The judge comes back 9 out of 10 times agreeing with the government, and nothing, no correction
Yeah.
or nothing. They've been
Yeah.
said all this stuff to just to me to inflame people, to tear on their heart strings, whatever, not to tell the people the truth. And I'm gonna tell your ass the truth, how
Yeah.
I see it. I'm not gonna say nothing to try to make you feel better about the situation, to agree with you on one side of the. That's not what I do. That's to me, that's disingenuous. I'm gonna tell you
Mhm.
if there's a good point somebody make. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you that hey, this ain't good, whatever, and that's just what, and I'm using facts or some type of information to support why I feel that way. Yeah, I am. Oh, that's good. I'm just
Well,
not that type of person. And when this motherfucking shit here get you where you're not that type, you're not being you. You have to, hey. You got to step
You gotta
back
let
and
it
like,
go. Yeah,
what?
you do. You have to let it go.
You know
You
what?
do.
I got to do some kind of. Cause I'm trying to tell you, when I draw honey, some of that low stuff or whatever, that's not me.
That
I
low
don't do
born. That low born.
that
Ooh,
low
Lord.
shit. I can't do that.
Mm.
And then go to bed. No, I can't. I'd rather not do no shit like that. I can't do that.
Well,
So,
I'm
but
gonna
I'm glad.
let you get on with your commentary because I
I
sleep for
will.
a few hours so I go get me a face full of Botox after this. So I can be back smiling again. I get him something to talk about. Oh, you need get Botox. I sure do.
Ooh,
I sure do. I get a face full of it.
oh
Yes, I do.
Lord.
Mm-hmm. I sure do. But yes, honey. I oh, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna go back and listen to the live.
Okay.
'Cause any panel I'm on, I always go back and listen to what I had to say.
Okay,
Okay.
girl.
Okay, sugar
All
pie. But
right. Well,
you
thank you,
take
ma'am.
care of Pumpkin.
I surely will. I surely will.
Okay.
Never sweat. I'm never gonna
Okay.
sweat. Mm.
Okay. Have a good one. Bye bye now.
All right. All right,
Okay.
lady. Bye bye. So listen. So I'm gonna get to the reading in a minute. I'll give me about 5 more minutes. But you know, but on from this, right? Moving on from this, I want to get to talking about this stuff with this case, what right? Because I posted a post that what, about a week ago, maybe it wasn't even a week ago. But here's the thing with it, doesn't matter what side you're on, right? Okay. A lot of you guys have your own theory, and you talk about the theories, and I'm not saying that you're wrong to talk about the wrong, that's what I'm saying. But the problem I have is that when you talk about these theories and you make it as though that it is law, or you make it as though that it is fact, or you make it as though that somehow it affects the facts and or the law in the case. Now, I guess that is my part of my indoctrination or whatever. I don't know. I cannot remove myself away from like hearing, just listening to it and taking it as okay, because I already have a problem with anybody putting shit out there as if it was fact, and not it, just because they want to push a narrative or whatever. You guys have a lot of theories and a lot of conspiracies that is just at this point you got to know what you know. And again, if J-Bo isn't arguing it the way you're arguing it, or if the government isn't responding to it the way you responding responding to it, and if the judge have already made a decision on which one, which is, which one they're going to he's going to agree with, then to have the same to push the same narratives and the theories and the conspiracies, to me is a waste of time. And and sometimes you might see my me get elevated, whatever, when talking to people up here, whatever. But it's just that and a lot of it comes down to, like, you may say something is unfair, right? That's your personal belief. My question is, what does it have to do with the law? It has nothing to do with the law, because that's your personal belief. We're talking about the law in which he was tried and was found guilty of most, innocent of some. We're talking about law. And at this point, I'm not talking about whether he did it or not. I'm not talking about the facts in the case. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the law, the simple law. Whether or not, what is a minor? What do you know, the at this point, nobody should be saying, debating with me who gave who herpes, when that wasn't the actual, one of the elements. That wasn't the element that, it was like exposure. You need to argue that with me. So that's why I get, frustrated. And I'm like, well, should I not, should I should I stop engaging into those conversations altogether? Because we're stuck on the same shit. And again, that's insanity. And you gotta take my word for it, shit, call somebody else. You should be able to contact another attorney, a lawyer, which their difference. 99% same, but there's one difference. A legal expert, legal analyst, no, not an analyst, but a legal expert. I'll go there. Maybe a paralegal. And ask them. I don't have to make this shit up. Like, but the conspiracies and the theories and all that other extra shit or whatever, it's a whole bunch of whatever. You know what I'm saying? The things that you're arguing it's unfair. That's what you pretty much are. You're arguing your emotion. The law is what it is. And if just because I'm going by the law and it's what it is, and I don't agree with y'all stuff, that doesn't mean that, yeah, okay, I benefit by having the training of what it is. But I mean, it is, that's what it is. I'm not finna, I just don't waste a lot of time arguing shit that it has no consequence. That's not going to go nowhere. Using the facts that you use to support your argument. I'm going to need you to align it more of what the law needs. The argument the law needs you to make. Your legal argument. I need that. In your legal argument, it's going to have evidence, facts, codes, rules and regulations, all of that. So there is no windows or whatever for your hypotheticals, what you think happened, blah blah blah, what should be, what ever saying get it, um, um, you know, all that other shit. It just has there's no room in there. Okay. When she talks about the white counterparts and all this whatever, that's all fine and dandy. Unfortunately, the most it's going to say about the law shouldn't be disparagingly to anyone. Should be fair to everybody, right? It's not going to talk about, well, if the white people, the white people ain't get it, then the black people shouldn't get it. They don't have that. It's not in there. They don't have that language. They're just saying it should be fair. The process should be fair. That one live I heard Sky did recently or whatever, where she disagrees with the age of consent. Okay, and I think most of us disagree with that. Because in my opinion, and I'm not, taking no stab at nobody because, we disagree on different things, and people disagree with me and whatever. That's fine. But there's something called development, right? So your physical development and your mental development, they develop at different times. I believe. I'm pretty sure. No, I know it. I know it does. Duh. I know it does. Right? They develop at different times. And although and somebody, you can take a 16-year-old, that two 16-year-olds, right? One may be, more advanced than the other in different ways. Unfortunately, the law doesn't have. Only thing they have is, okay, pretty much, okay, like they'll get down to the intent, they'll get down to the functionality of the brain, they'll get down to different things of that nature. That's about as much, as much as they can break it down. But you got to have an age of consent, because if that's not the case, then what is too young? You know that your body developed differently, because if you are a female, you don't get your period to a certain point of time. That's all within development. My 50-something-year-old brain is a lot, much advanced, more advanced than my 22-year-old brain. Because you have variables in there. You got experiences and things of that nature, right? My 20-year-old brain, of course, was a lot better than my 16-year-old brain. There you got more of the cognitive process and all of that psychology teaches us, and some experience. A little window, depending on who you are. At least you was out there. So what I'm saying is that the just the extra unnecessary is going to run you crazy. What his time would have been in the state and blah blah blah, that's of no consequence, because that's not where it is. They're not going to go after everybody. A lot of decisions go into going after everybody. It's just not going to happen. Now, what you can do, or what people can do, if you want them to go after all those other white, all those other people, whatever, fine. Do what the Me Too people did. Do what, and get the ball rolling. Shit, you can flip the Black Lives Matter and say, hey, well, you put the black people in jail for the same thing. Black Lives Matter. What about these white people? Do that. But don't come beat me up and beat me down because I'm just trying to navigate through the system. That's where it's going down. It's not going down in your feelings or in your head. It's going down in the system. There ain't nothing I can do about that. Don't beat me up about it. Shit. I just want, my thing is I'm not going to tell you nothing that's going to, somebody's been treated unfair with them, unless I feel like that, somebody's been treated unfair. My feelings going to be different because I don't have, I'm not on either side. That's not, I didn't come to support. You who come to support, you got a side. You who didn't, don't have one. That's common sense. But if you make up words and fuck up the regular dictionary words, you ain't gonna know that. You know, you ain't gonna know that. You got people that be trying to compete, which all kinds of shit. This place is poison and crazy. Damn. And you know what? I had found a reader. I found how, let me say this, found how to operate the reader. Well, I was going to click on here and let the white lady read this to y'all. I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. Maybe in some parts, but I don't know how to do that. So maybe I won't do that. But it just seems to me that J-Bo is hard at work. So I'm going to read this with y'all. Like, you're going to run yourself crazy if you keep dwelling on those same arguments that will not play out in court as you see it. J-Bo is doing the best she can of using your YouTube narratives and point of view to make it into some kind of legal argument. She's doing the best she can. But at some point, they're going to come for her and her license. I would seriously back up if that judge told me that my shit don't hold water. They using words like meritless and things of that nature. I would really be careful on that. It ain't about appeasing the masses. It's about getting in there and not looking like a goddamn fool. She's argued a lot of stuff already. When she get into the appeals court, she's gonna have a broader, oh no, I shouldn't say a broader audience, I ain't gonna say that, but she's gonna have, a bench to argue to. They're going to look at the law. If there's a any discrepancy they feel in the law, they're gonna interpret it to try to figure it out, because it's not perfect, right? The law is not perfect, but that's what we have to govern this land. And if you don't agree with the motherfuckers, then take the steps. Start writing your local, the locals that represent you. Start making a petition for, whatever kind of law. Like they got, Marcy's law, all those type of laws, whatever. Do all of that if you're that concerned about it. If not, you're just gonna run around here with the same shit. But you're not gonna run me crazy. You ain't gonna run me crazy. So I'm gonna get started on this. All right. It says Defendant Kelly's reply to the government sentencing memorandum. The government seeks to inflame the passions of the public and the court, declaring Kelly a serial sexual predator who refuses to accept responsibility for his crimes. By submitting a sentencing memorandum that dares to challenge the government's narrative in any way, the government accuses Kelly of victim blaming, lack of remorse, and failing to grasp the gravity of his criminal conduct. It is the government that fails to grasp that Kelly still enjoys a few constitutional and statutory protections. And listen, when the constitutional and statutory protections conflict with one another, contradict each other, and that's when you're going to have judges interpreting, trying to figure it out. That's when you're going to see case laws and things of that nature. That allow him to challenge the government's take on the evidence and advocate for an appropriate sentence without being labeled a monster who has no remorse. The jury that heard this case seemed to respect those basic principles of our criminal justice process. The prosecutors would be wise to take a lesson from the jury. So I guess he's saying when they didn't convict him of the 7. And I told y'all, even though it is a loss in the grand scheme of things, it's actually a victory in some ways, right? In reality, no one grasped the seriousness of the crimes for which Kelly was convicted more than Kelly. He is, after all, the one who is likely to spend the rest of his life in prison. For maximum emotional impact, the government devotes 5 pages of its sentencing memorandum to giving another play by play of the contents of the videos that Kelly has been convicted of, producing, even though Kelly has argued nothing in connection with the content of those videos. It would probably force everyone to watch them again at the sentencing hearing, notwithstanding its being concerned with the harm repeated viewings cause Jane. I'm sorry. There is no need. This court, the jury, and the parties watched and heard unnecessarily long excerpts of the videos at the government's insistence. This evidence speaks for itself, and Kelly has expressly acknowledged the seriousness of those offenses in his sentencing memorandum. Second, the government simply ignores the jury's verdict in this case, insisting on telling a narrative that their own witnesses did not tell, arguing, inter alia, means, amongst all things, that Kelly is still guilty of obstruction of justice and abusing Brittany and countless unknown and unidentified girls. Meaning, so I remember I told you, y'all, when it comes to the sentencing memorandums and like the PSI and things of that nature, they can use hearsay. They can use, even though he wasn't convicted of those, things, whatever, they can still use that to strengthen their argument, right? Because this is a persuasive document. Let's see. Okay. Apparently, the government is not satisfied with having only 3 victims to fight for and must rely on evidence that a jury expressly rejected to support its absurd request for a second life sentence for Kelly that would violate ex post facto and apprehendi principles in any event. More on that later. That Kelly is not willing to accept responsibility for offenses for which he was acquitted and views the evidence presented at trial somewhat differently than the government does not mean that he fails to grasp the seriousness of the offenses. And so you see how she's skillfully wording that? It's not saying that he is regretful for anything he did, blah, 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 blah. Because remember, you can't say that like that because he has appeals that's out there. And that may contradict the language that may be used in the appeal and contradict the reasons for which he's appealing. So you can't do that. It says Kelly has every right to advocate for himself and argue for a fair sentence that acknowledges the seriousness of the offenses while also pushing back on the government's embellished narrative that relies significantly on acquitted conduct. A blind reading of the government's sentencing memorandum would lead the reader to believe that Kelly was convicted of every count in the government's indictment, including obstruction of justice, a myriad of child pornography trafficking offenses, and numerous inducement counts. He wasn't. The right to a jury trial is rather pointless if a defendant is going to be punished for offenses that a jury acquitted him of. The government also tramples Kelly's Fifth Amendment rights, asking this court to punish Kelly for not taking responsibility. Not for nothing. The government knows full well that there never would have been a trial in this case if it did not insist that Kelly pled to counts of indictment it lost anyway. The government was far more concerned with its press conference than a reasonable disposition in this case that would have allowed Kelly to take responsibility and inspired and spared certain victims the need to take the stand. Kelly only raises this argument to counter the government's unfair claim that Kelly has demonstrated unwillingness to accept responsibility. Okay, you see what she said there? She's saying, okay, she's crafty. She's saying, hey, if they would have allowed him to plead on all those counts and shit, then, this portion of what we're talking about now would be unnecessary. But then she also comes back and says Kelly only raises this argument to counter the government's unfair claim that Kelly has demonstrated unwillingness to accept responsibility. She's saying he's not accepting responsibility. He just raises this argument to show that, hey, it was on the government that they did not, accept the plea or whatever went down. Okay. She's not saying that he's accepting responsibility. You got to keep, pay attention to the wording. That aside, Kelly can hardly take responsibility or show remorse in a manner that the government demands when it continues to indict him. Kelly currently has pending charges in Minnesota and an appeal in the Eastern District of New York, to mention nothing of various civil lawsuits. See what I'm saying? Kelly enjoys a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent on the advice of counsel, assert his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Okay, in other words, that's a crafty way of what the fuck I've been telling y'all. You can't be talking because it might conflict or contradict what you already got out there or what's to come. So you got to be careful. It says Kelly enjoys I said that. Okay, the government is walking a constitutionally thin line when it argues increased punishment for Kelly because he allegedly shows no regret or fails to grasp the gravity of his criminal conduct against children. The government is not in Kelly's head and cannot say what he feels or thinks. It should refrain from using his Fifth Amendment privilege against him. Right. When federal and state prosecuting agencies stop indicting him, Kelly might be in a position to speak more freely about his regrets, but with pending criminal charges and the expulsion of statutes across the country that extend and even abolish civil liberties, Kelly is likely to be forced to confront consequences of his actions. Abolish civil and criminal statutes of limitations for sex offenses are going to continue to investigate him. He most likely ain't saying shit, and that's including taking responsibility for nothing. It is clear that if Kelly makes any argument that does not embrace the government's narrative, a narrative that ignores critical aspects of the trial evidence, Kelly would be accused of victim blaming. Kelly, through his counsel, has every right to remind the court of his actual evidence that was presented at trial, which does not conform to the government's depiction of him as a prolific sex trafficker of young girls. Oh yeah, also I want to, on the other sentencing memorandum when the government spoke. Remember they called him sadistic. So remember I told you the trigger words, in addition to the offenses, which is the reason why he didn't get no bond, and there's an argument to why he shouldn't be let out. Words like that, sadistic and things of that nature, that translate in law and legal language that he's a danger and shouldn't be out. Okay, so it's the same applies here. Okay. It says Kelly repeatedly acknowledged in his sentencing memorandum that he has been convicted of serious crimes, but it's also true that his relationship with Jane and Pauline were not quite the government as the government suggests. Number one, guidelines calculations. The inducement counts carry an offense level of 15. The government argues that Kelly's convictions of the inducement counts necessarily qualify for a cross-reference at Section 2A3.1 because Kelly has convictions of inducement, enticement, and coercion of Jane, Nia, and Pauline. Not so. The government overlooks that the jury was instructed that it could find Kelly guilty of the inducement counts if Kelly persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced. In fact, the jury sent out a specific question inquiring whether it had to find that Kelly persuaded, induced, enticed, and coerced, or whether the instruction could be read in the disjunctive, notwithstanding that the charge was pled in the conjunctive. Over defense counsel's objection, The government insisted that the instruction was properly given and the disjunctive, and this court at agreed, I'm sorry. As much the government is precluded from now arguing that the jury found Kelly guilty of coercing Jane, Nia, Paul, and Pauline, when the jury could have simply agreed that Kelly persuaded Jane, Nia, and Pauline to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. Y'all hold on for 1 minute. Let me blow my nose. Sorry. Ooh, sorry about that. Oh, hey, my goddamn nose, honey. Okay, I just caught a comment back. And another thing, right, with the faith herpes thing. Like, did y'all hear the same thing I heard they went through, and this, like, I don't get it. 'Cause y'all would even debate the transcripts, which you can, but come on. And not only the transcripts are out here with regards to certain issues with the faith herpes thing. Now you got people saying that she don't have herpes. That's not what it says. She doesn't have genital herpes. She has herpes in the mouth. Her mama came out and confirmed that, and they did confirm that she had herpes during the trial. I don't understand. What's this in my damn pocket? Child, peanuts is in my damn pocket. Lord have mercy. Oh shit. My damn pocket. Damn peanuts. She has herpes. She just don't have them down below. She have them in her mouth. And that came out or whatever. I mean, y'all can refer to the transcripts. Her mama stated it on one of Diva's live. When her mom was on the panel. She have them in her mouth. She doesn't have them, So, and then again, that's not the charge. That's not in the elements. It's the knowingly and willingly, intentionally exposing someone to an STD. That's the crime. That's in the elements. That's why over here we try to deal with facts and the law. Can't deal with what we think, what we hope, what we feel, what our made up law is. Can't deal with none of that. Okay, where was I? Okay. Shit, where was I? All right, so she was. Did I go? She was in here trying to argue about whether or not the all of the induced, the persuaded, induced, enticed, coerced, whatever, whether the jury had to prove all of those or just one or whatever. She was, making that argument. Where was I? Let me just start this. Um, see, induced and coerced, whether the instruction could be read in the disjunctive, notwithstanding that the charge was put in the conjunctive. Okay, so it was in the disjunctive that could make an argument that it was inadmissible, but she said that the charge was put in the conjunctive. Okay. Now it's too late for me to go through all of that. So anyway, over defense counsel's objection, the government insisted that the instruction was properly given in the disjunctive, and this court agreed. Right. So I think that's when they had the and or something going on in there, right? With regards to the enticement, coercion, and that string of words: persuaded, induced, enticed, coerced. All right. Says as such, the government is precluded from now arguing that the jury found Kelly guilty of coercing Jane, Neil, Pauline, when the jury could have simply agreed that Kelly persuaded Jane, Neil, and Pauline to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. Wait a minute. They could have simply agreed that. In fact, the jury question strongly implies it did not find that Kelly used coercion, but rather he had persuaded, enticed, or induced Jane, Neil, and Pauline, which satisfied the elements of the statute. Thus, Kelly's mere conviction for the offense of 18 U.S.C. Section 2242 does not trigger the cross-reference at Section 2A 3.1 as the government contends. Now, I don't want to spend time on, but I kind of do, because I'm trying to see what she's trying to say. Okay, she's saying that when the jury could have simply agreed as persuaded. as such, the government is precluded from now arguing that the jury found guilty of coercing Jane. Okay. Oh, okay. So apparently, she's trying to say that the government now is trying to make an argument of preclude from now arguing that Jane coercing Jane, which apparently plays into the sentencing, right? I guess that's the reason why they were asking to give, to give, for the level, the offense level that the government calculated. That's the only thing I can understand. Okay, B, the fear factor. The government concedes that there is no evidence that Kelly threatened or used force in connection with Jane and Pauline, but nonetheless claims he used fear to induce the prohibited sexual activity, and that the concept of fear should be defined broadly. To find that Kelly used fear based on the trial evidence would involve far more than broad reading of the word fear. It would involve redefining the word fear and reading the requirement out of the sentencing statute altogether. Now, she makes a good point. But if I'm not mistaken, they had case law that supported the definition that can be that they can use to support their argument that Kelly, that they feared Kelly and that he put fear in them to perform the prohibited sexual activity. All right. But she makes a good argument. So the judge can see that either way. But again, the government used, at least they used case law, remember that, to support what they were saying. Let's see what she does to support what she says. The court need only look to the Seventh Circuit authority to resolve this contested issue. The Seventh Circuit has defined fear as encompassing a threat or other fear, including coercion to overcome the victim's will. Oh, she got case law. Mm-hmm. Okay. Fear is not merely pointing out that Kelly was an authoritative figure or an adult, as the government argues. None of the victims testified that Kelly used any threat of any kind to gain their compliance in sexual activity, nor did he employ any fear inducing coercion to overcome the victim's will. The government made no such argument at trial, and the jury certainly made no such finding. Right? She makes a good argument, but she does know that here, during this portion of the process, you can freestyle, including allowing hearsay, and you're making your persuasion more on you're including a lot of shit. Okay. And the government is simply including the word authoritative and fear and sadistic and things of that nature and whatever, just to justify them giving him a sentence that is, upward, right? An upward departure. Okay. It's outside the guidelines, but on the upward going north. Okay, let's see. Okay. Hensel does not stand for such a proposition. Rather, Hensel supports Kelly's argument that the government's evidence of fear was woefully lacking. In Hensel, a 12-year-old girl called the police to report that she had just been sexually assaulted by the defendant in a hotel room. Upon questioning by the police, the defendant conceded that he met the girl online and arranged to meet her at a local hotel after claiming to be 14 years old. When the victim finally met the defendant, she realized he was much older than 14 years of age and that the situation was scary. Because she was frightened, she complied with the defendant and went to the hotel room where he slapped her buttocks, which caused her to feel real uncomfortable. When the defendant began to physically touch her, she was really scared, and when he began to remove her clothes, she told him she was uncomfortable and crossed her legs to stop the defendant from removing her pants. The victim told the defendant she did not want to have sex, and the girl whimpered as he pressed on against her will. The victim ran out of the room and immediately called her mother and the police. In Hensel, the Seventh Circuit found that the concept of fear is distinct from force. It further found that the cross reference was appropriate because the district court concluded that the defendant coerced the girl's participation in the prohibited sexual conduct despite her efforts to move away from him, her crossed legs, and resistance to undress her, her crying, and her 10 or more protests that she did not want to participate. The victim testified that she was scared, and that is why she complied with his demands. This case is entirely inapt. Jane, Pauline, and Nia never testified to being scared to engage in the prohibited sexual contact with Kelly. Importantly, none of them testified that Kelly did anything to overcome their will. Of course, this is not a defense to the underlying inducement count and is certainly not tantamount to victim blaming, but there is no question that using coercion, threats, and fear to induce prohibited sexual activity is not the same as persuading or enticing a teenager into prohibited conduct. The government refuses to acknowledge this distinction. So, what she's doing here is just showing how far the government is trying to weaponize the words that were used, right, both in the trial as part of the as well as the elements to at the extreme. She's trying to show a comparison, right, that what actually of to what actually happened versus what the government is saying that the judge should interpret the law as, that the most extreme egregious shit, right, with regards to the element. So she's trying to draw a distinction between what actually happened and what the government wants the judge to make an interpretation as far as the language, how he want that she's how the governments want the language determined, okay, defined as, and it's the most egregious that they can probably support with case law. So I get it. And that this is a proper argument. Absurdly, the government attempts to analyze no analogize analogize whatever this case to the Fifth Circuit as United States versus Lucas. And first I'm gonna look up that motherfucking word, how to pronounce it.
Analogize.
Oh, analogize. Okay. And it means just what I said. It means to make a comparison of something with something else to assist understanding. Damn. See how they do me? Okay. And how to pronounce it again?
Analogize.
Analogize. Okay. Yeah, just what I ain't lying. I ain't making this up. I just had looked up the word, and it means just what I said. They're trying to use something else to try to, make it seem, draw a comparison, and it's a lot. Okay, where am I? Okay, it says. Okay, so let me reread this. Absurdly, the government attempts to analogize this case to the Fifth Circuit and United States versus Lucas. It says, for the proposition that the fear can include a scenario where the defendant would react badly if she, the victim, did not meet his demands, or may emanate from a defendant's control over a victim's everyday life. In Lucas, the defendant was the warden of jail in Eunice, Mississippi, who repeatedly raped an inmate. There, the defendant pled guilty and admitted that he coerced the female inmate to engage in sexual intercourse and other sexual acts as the sexual acts were unwanted. There, the court find that the warden used actual force to rape the inmate, not merely to his powers as a warden. Whoa, okay, okay, I get you. Go ahead on, girl. Critically, the Fifth Circuit observed, observed, that fear is interpreted broadly, but this element is satisfied when the defendant's actions implicitly place the victim in fear of some bodily harm. Lucas only proved Kelly's argument. Kelly's tactics, as determined by the jury, may have satisfied the elements of persuasion or inducement, but they fall far short of demonstrating that he placed the victim in fear of some bodily harm or other type of harm. So was the government saying that what they did say? I think if they did equate fear with some type of bodily harm or place them in harm. She got a pretty good argument here. Okay. Similarly, United States versus Castillo, it says does not help the government's argument. There, the defendant was convicted of sexually abusing his two minor children. On appeal, the defendant challenged the fear element. Again, the court held the element is satisfied when the defendant's actions implicitly place the victim in fear of some bodily harm. The court found that fear could be inferred in this case because the nature of the circumstances that a male parent attempting to perform sexual acts with his children would place them in fear of bodily harm because the victims had witnessed the defendant physically abuse their mother on many occasions and had physically abused his children. The same cannot be said here. Jane, Pauline, and Nia did not fear any bodily harm when they engaged in prohibited sexual conduct with Kelly when they were underage. There is simply no case anywhere that supports the government's definition of fear. If this court was to embrace the government's definition of fear, it would simply be reading fear out of the section. The government is free to argue that Kelly used all types of inappropriate tactics to engage the minors into prohibited sexual activities, but fear is simply not among them. All right. Again, I told you they use keywords when they try to get the most time, try to keep you behind bars, trying to get you with no bond, no bail, whatever, right? It says in sum, the inducement counts each carry an offense level of 15. Kelly did not use threats or force to induce Jane, Pauline, and Nia into the prohibited sexual conduct, nor did he cause them to fear bodily harm or any type of harm to induce the prohibited sexual conduct. Simply put, the tactics that the government claims Kelly used were very different. The government claims Kelly groomed the minors. He showed them with affection. He brought them presents. He promised them various things and wowed them with his superstar power. None of these facts let Kelly off the hook for his conduct, which is why he stands convicted of 3 counts of inducement. But the government cannot now claim he also used fear of bodily harm with the victims when the victims made no such claims. The government advanced no such theory in even the alternative. And the record suggests that the jury rejected any notion that the sexual abuse was committed through acts of coercion. Applying an appropriate offense level to the inducement counts is not going easy on Kelly. It is applying the law appropriately and fairly to Kelly. Sentencing factors. The government argues that Kelly deserved to sexually abuse children is insatiable. It repeatedly advanced a false claim that Kelly has been abusing countless underage girls for decades. Unfortunately, the government, their evidence comes up short on this bold allegation. Indeed, the government continues to exaggerate the evidence against Kelly, apparently not satisfied by the jury's verdict or the harms it caused to Jane, Pauline, and Nia. This court is obligated to consider the charged conduct and relevant conduct to the extent allowable, not the government's sweeping claims that are more appropriate for a lifetime docuseries than a court of law. Uh-oh. The government is correct that Kelly was convicted of having an illegal sexual relationship with Jane and Pauline that started when they were 14. He was convicted of creating child pornography when he video recorded his sexual contact with Jane. Kelly was also convicted of fondling 15 or 16-year-old Nia on a single occasion in Chicago. She also alleged that Kelly touched her and masturbated on a single occasion in Minnesota. This conduct is serious enough, but the government insists on exaggerating Kelly's misdeeds, sounding more like a teaser for the next installation of Surviving R. Kelly than lawyers. The government declares Kelly a prolific sexual abuser of children, but resorts to manufacturing evidence related to Aaliyah that has never been proven as support for this claim. Kelly convicted. Oh, see, she said manufactured evidence. Okay. Kelly is convicted of serious crimes as it is, yet the government is so committed to obtaining another life sentence for him that it resorts to invoking unsubs- unsubs- unsubstantiated Aaliyah claims, perpetuating rumors from tabloids, docuseries, and attributing hyperbolic labels to Kelly rather than relying on the actual evidence to support it as. Now, okay. Now, this is not to go back and start with the stuff, but you're going to do it anyway. About the Leah evidence and all of that and whatever, and the fake this and the fake that or whatever. That's fine. All, and that's one part of it that you can say. But what they ushered in the court was that the people that was involved in that transaction, and I don't remember, I could be wrong, I don't remember his defense team saying there was a fake marriage certificate, this, that, and the third, whatever. I don't know. I don't remember. If they did, then hey, I can see why y'all carrying on y'all argument. But if not, I'm back with the deep fake tapes and shit like that. I don't know. But hey, it is what it is. My point is, I just want you to get beyond the theories and conspiracy theories and trying to not hear what you heard and what you not read what's read and shit like that. I just want your arguments to be more in line of something that can be supported by evidence and things of that nature, not by made up thoughts in your head, not by how you think it should have gone, how it would have went, what could have happened, whatever. No more hypotheses. I need you to support your arguments with what evidence. I don't give a damn where you get it from, but evidence that makes some kind of sense. That's what I'm saying, because that's what they're going to do. That's what your side, if you're on the defense, that's what the defense is going to do. If you're on the prosecution side, that's what they're going to do. So both sides need to come up with not what you think, because both of y'all do it. Both sides do it, but the defense do it more. The team kills people do it more. Not what y'all think. Not what y'all think happened. None of that. What we know happened, and give a pretty good, a common sense story, one based on logic and the additional evidence, not external factors. I'm talking about evidence that was presented, not external factors, to support your argument. That's it. That's all I'm talking about. Oh, I mean, but just don't argue with me with it, because I can't do it. I'm not going to have a heart attack. Okay, the government spends a significant portion of its sentencing memorandum arguing that the distribution and trafficking in child pornography causes significant harm to a victim and society at large, beyond the mere production of the pornography. Kelly agrees. As the government pointed out, the victimization of the children involved does not end when the photographer's camera is put away, which is precisely why Kelly and others continue to wait for the government to indict those individuals responsible for stealing and distributing the video of Jane Kelly, Jane's aunt, Stephanie Edwards. Huh? Wait a minute now. Wait a minute, what's that? Which is precisely why Kelly and others continue to wait for the government to indict those individuals responsible for stealing and distributing the video of Jane, including Jane's aunt Stephanie Edwards, who stole the videotape and gave at least one copy to Sun Times reporter Jim Derogatis, who then shared and transported the video to other people, places, and extortionists Chuck Freeman and Lisa Van Allen. Of course, there is no disputing that if the video was never created, it could not have entered the public sphere. But Kelly has already been convicted and will be punished for the creation of the video. So, check this out, right? Now, these people must be do listen to y'all. And so here's okay. So now she's moving into the area of having exculpatory defenses, right? One that justifies or excuses, right? But with that, keep in mind that it doesn't clear anybody. It only mitigates his sentence, which is what we're trying to do, right? It only says that his criminal liability was either, you know, it was in conjunction with somebody else. So it doesn't say that he was innocent. It just means that somebody else should be sitting right by him. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So that type of argument doesn't say that he's not guilty. It just says that, yeah, it was some old other people that went in, you know, that had something to do with it and why they not being charged, right? I get it. She got to go for it. All right. She going for it on this case, baby. She is going for it. All right. The government has no choice but to concede that Kelly had no role in placing the images into the public domain, which of course does not relieve him of liability for creating it. Is what I just said, pretty much. His liability is conjoined with someone else. That's what she's arguing. Damn, if I could just read a little longer, then I can say it more eloquently like she's saying it. But it also does not mean that his sentence should be enhanced for distributing it. Indeed, it was the government's star witness who were responsible for that, rather than prosecute those people for that specific harm caused to Jane. The government doled out immunity agreements and even falsely indicted Kelly for abusing Lisa Van Allen, who consistently lied about everything from her age, yep, to the number of videos she stole, to the contents of those videos. Boy, I'm trying to tell you, I was 38 hot when it came out that she was 18 and not 17, as she done said several times. I don't give a fuck about she done forgot and all of none of that. She just lied. Like, why you do that? That was probably the whole reason why they very quietly took her ass from being a victim to being a witness. Or what is an individual, one of the motherfuckers, A, B, C, D, or whatever. Like, you don't, oh my God. I wasn't one of the ones that came out and gave no excuses for it. So that ain't, you purposely said, Joe, you was underage. You purposely saying, you ain't say, I think I was, or you ain't go back to check your ID, your birth certificate, and the year in which you met him and what happened. You ain't do none of that. And you said, I was 17. I was a minor. Yeah, sweetening up the pot. I don't like shit like that. By her own admission, she repeatedly robbed Kelly, engaged in a decades-long scheme to extort Kelly and others. The government's point is well taken that Jane continues to suffer harm by each viewing of the images, but Kelly is not 100% responsible for that harm. If the government seeks to vindicate that wrong, it should indict those who trafficked the video. Right? Again, She's trying to, it's an exculpatory defense. We learned about that before the first trial, right? All right, number 3. The government sentence of life based on acquitted conduct and guidelines amendments that post-date the charge offense is unjustified and would run afoul of Apprehendi versus New Jersey and the ex post facto doctrine. All right. The government seeks an above guideline sentence on 2 grounds. 1, Kelly obstructed justice, and 2, if he was indicted today, his guideline sentence would be higher. These grounds are not appropriate grounds for the above guideline range sentence. Even probation recognized as much in finding no basis for an upward variance. Right. So upward variance means an upward departure. Sometimes it's supported by a 5K letter, blase and squad. So we learned about that a long time ago. I talked to y'all about that a long time ago, right? I talked to y'all about that before I even had a channel. That's when Takashi 69 was going through what he was going through. So with ex post facto, right? It affects laws, right? You can't add them to new state and federal laws, and you can't add them to laws and procedures that have already, aged out or whatever. Okay. So I don't know how she'll make out of that argument, because the process, I think it was something about whether the 1997 or the 2000 sentencing guidelines or whatever it is. So, I'm not sure. I don't know if the 97 went out before the 2000 was enacted or whatever. I don't know. So, but that would kind of also would determine whether ex post facto will apply. Okay. Now, okay, here we go. Obstruction does not justify an above guideline sentence where Kelly did not obstruct justice in the instant offense and was acquitted of obstructing the 2002 state court prosecution. Using a 2-level enhancement for obstruction of justice is not a basis for a variance. And above the guidelines range for several reasons. First and foremost, the 1997 federal sentencing guideline only permits an enhancement for obstruction of the instant offense. USSG Section 3C1.1. The government does not argue otherwise, but it does not, and cannot show that Kelly attempted in any way to obstruct this prosecution. Recognizing that no such enhancement is applicable here, the government attempts to end run the ex post facto clause, arguing that this court can still consider Kelly's obstruction as a sentencing factor and basis for sentencing him to an above guideline sentence, relying on the inapplicable 2006 guideline, which employed language that seemed to expand the obstruction enhancement for obstructive conduct related to a defendant's offense of conviction. The government contends that this court should use this factor to justify an upward variance. The government continues to ignore that Kelly was acquitted of obstruction justice in connection with any offense of conviction. Wait a minute. The government continues to ignore that Kelly was acquitted of obstructing justice in connection with any offense of conviction. No authority allows this court to consider an offense which Kelly was acquitted as basis for sentencing him to an above guidelines sentence. Right, but you know that this is just a persuasive argument, so most everything is fair game, right? When preparing these documents. Using acquitted conduct to justify an upward variance not only raises ex post facto concerns, it presents an additional constitutional problem under Apprendi versus New Jersey. The guideline range suggested by the government is well above the statutory maximum for the top count of the indictment. Indeed, the government seeks a 25-year sentence, which exceeds the 20-year statutory maximum for production of child pornography. The United States Supreme Court has held that facts other than prior convictions must be proved to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt before they can be used to increase punishment for a crime beyond the prescribed statutory minimum. Hold on. Production exceeded 20 years. Rejecting the child. Oh, so she's saying then this is a Supreme Court. Now this is a good argument if she's interpreting it right, that any other facts, which is facts when it comes to legalese, means the evidence, other than prior convictions, must be proved to a jury beyond reasonable doubt. Oh, okay, yeah, no, she might lose that. Never mind. Thought you had something. Thus, if Kelly's alleged obstructive conduct is to be used as a basis for upwardly departing from the sentencing guidelines to a range that exceeds the statutory maximum for production of child pornography, those facts need to have been proven to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, the jury did consider those facts and rejected them. Since an upward variance based on obstruction would result in a sentence that exceeds the statutory maximum of the top count, Apprendi prohibits a variance based on this acquitted conduct or any other obstructive conduct that the government claims Kelly committed. But she said they got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. At this point, the judge is the one that's going to judge whether or not what the prosecutor is saying, if they are in their persuasive document within the sentencing memorandum, if they are proving what they're saying beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Now, she can definitely support that, for as those other counts that he was acquitted of, the trier of fact, which in this case was the jury, but a trier of fact can also be the judge, that the jury rejected the evidence put forward, right? But that doesn't mean, so I don't know if she's coming that way with this, because what is this range? What is this about? That about child pornography. But so he did get convicted with something with regards to child pornography, right? Well, whatever they charged him with, sexual abuse or child pornography or whatever it was, the setting up the tape, yeah, that was in with RL. So that child pornography, that was built into that element. So yeah, that was the visual depiction. So yeah, okay, that was the visual depiction. So I don't know about this argument. She makes a good argument, but I don't know if that's gonna make it. Okay, number B, reliance on the subsequent amendments to the guidelines to justify an upward variance of 5 to 7 levels runs afoul of the ex post facto clause. The government urges an outrageous life guidelines range based not only on acquitted conduct, but based on amendments to the sentencing guidelines that post-date Kelly's conduct. Post-date conduct. Okay. Where's she going with this? The government again ignores this court's limitations under the ex post facto cause. I think she meant supposed to mean clause, but we'll go with it. It is true that the Seventh Circuit has held that a court may interpret the commission's later addition of an aggravating element as a sentencing factor as evidence that a previous version of the guidelines did not adequately consider that the factor in the sentencing scheme, and may also consider later amendments for determining how much of a departure is warranted for the aggravated conduct in question. 7th Circuit 2000. However, in this case, the government does not identify any aggravating element that was omitted as a sentencing factor in the applicable 1997 guidelines. Instead, it simply points out that the offenses for which Kelly was convicted now carry a higher base offense level than they did in 1997. Put differently, production of child pornography is punished more severely now than it was in 1997. Raising the guidelines range based on this amendment is a textbook post facto violation because a court is prohibited from sentencing the defendant under an amendment to the guidelines that makes the punishment more severe than it had been at the time of the criminal activity took place, right? So that is one of the factors of ex post facto, right? Can't make the punishment more severe. Let me make sure. Hold on, you gotta check her. Hold on, I can't remember every goddamn points on the ex post facto. I think it does mean that. Hold on. No, we know that it can. Hold on now. Hold on. Anybody want to look that up? Because I don't want to be all night. But can you? We know that it's retroactively. We know that. But I don't remember if you can you sentence them with the current version, or you have to do the ex post facto. You cannot sentence them more than what it was back then. Hold on a minute, thereby criminal out of conduct. You criminalizing old actions, but hold on. It's not about that. Hold on. Child, J-Bo, girl, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Lord have mercy. They can do that. Wait a minute. I'm glad I looked that up. Where was I? Lord have mercy. Severe. Okay. Rating that the guidelines range based on, okay. Offense. Put differently, the production achievement. It's punished most of it. As a point of comparison, this case is not involved. Let me go back and read this. Raising the guidelines range based on this amendment is a textbook ex post facto violation because a court is prohibited from sentencing a defendant under an amendment to the guideline that makes punishment more severe than it had been at the time the criminal activity took place. That's not what it says. It says that ex post facto law that retroactively make criminal conduct that was not a crime that was not criminal when it was performed increases the punishment for crimes already committed or changes the rules of procedure in force at time an alleged crime was committed in a way substantially disadvantages the accused. I don't know. She may be right. I'm gonna go with her. She may be right, but mm, increases. All right. I'm gonna go with her. I don't know. Well, I'm just know what I just read. I'm hitting the sources. Okay. As a point of comparison, this case does not involve the scenario where a subsequent amendment included an enhancement for a specific aggravating factor that increased an offense level of sentencing court might naturally have considered as aggravating evidence in the sentencing factors before it was codified. In that scenario, a court may consider an amendment to upwardly from depart from the guidelines range. Indeed, the Seventh Circuit observed that since a court's decision to depart must be linked to the rationale and methodology of the guidelines, it may prove useful to identify an aggravating element codified in later amendments to support for relying on that sentencing factor and increasing the range. That said, Cole in no way condones upward variances based on amendments that simply punish the charged offense more severely. Boy, I need some damn glasses on my eyes. In clear violation of the ex post facto doctrine, the government brazenly asked this court to apply current offense levels and subject Kelly to greater punishment than he would have faced if he had been prosecuted in 1997 before the government started caring about young black women. Ooh, she got one in. Using acquitted conduct, and the mere fact that production of child pornography is more seriously punished today than it was in 1997 is not grounds for any variance. Such an upward departure would violate Kelly's constitutional rights due to due process, trial by jury, and apprehending, and the ex post facto clause. 4. The government offers no compelling basis for running this sentence consecutive. The government acknowledges that this court has the discretion to run the sentence concurrent to his Eastern District sentence, but urges consecutive sentence because one, Kelly lacks remorse, and two, there are different victims involved in this case. The government's argument in favor of consecutive sentences fall flat. First of all, there is no authority for the proposition that Kelly should face increased punishment because he defends himself at his sentencing hearing. Kelly has repeatedly acknowledged the seriousness of the offenses for which he stands convicted. That the government seeks not one but two life sentences for Kelly while summarily what is that? I can't see shit. Situated people avoid government scrutiny, are widely celebrated, and even hold elected positions in Congress does seem a little unfair. So that's that. She talking about that that dude that was in from Florida. That's in Congress. They said they got up the chain. They was gonna go after him for for messing with underage girls and stuff. And the top person said they wasn't gonna go after him. They weren't gonna charge him. And he still got his job. Now how about that? That's some shit, ain't it? So and hold elected positions in Congress. Yeah, he's in Congress. Does seem a little unfair. Kelly has merely pointed out the disappropriate treatment as grounds for arguing that one life sentence is enough, not to minimize the conduct for which he has been convicted. That the government asked this court to run his sentence consecutive because he dares to point out that his treatment by the criminal justice system has been excessive and disappropriate, is not the same as blaming the victims and does not mean that he is not rehabilitated. Moreover, Kelly's silence as to the question of whether he is remorseful about conduct for which he has been convicted is not evidence of lack of rehabilitation. It's evidence that he is represented by counsel who has advised him to remain silent in the face of pending criminal indictments. It is a blatant violation of Kelly's Fifth Amendment rights to ask for increased punishment on the grounds of his lack of rehabilitation because he has not accepted responsibility for his conduct, or for when the government knows full well that Kelly is still under indictment or in other jurisdictions. Girl, is you listening to our live, girl? That's exactly what we said over here. Are you listening, girl? Let me stop playing. Of course, J-Bo knows this. Okay, they knew it. Both sides, everybody in the courtroom knows this. So it's not unfair to box men like that, but you know, hey, you got to do what you got to do. They trying to get what they want out the situation. They got to cover, what Kim Fox lost. They got to, they got to make sure they do right by her. They mad about them seven other, those seven acquittals and shit like that. They got to do what they got to do, you know. So, that's funny as hell. Where was I? Moreover, the government is knowingly advancing a lie. The government knows very well that Kelly was willing to accept responsibility for certain conduct, but it was the government that pushed this case to a trial, insisting on guilty pleas to offenses that resulted in acquittals anyway, and for refusing to show its hand on its sentencing request a take an above guideline sentence off the table. The government wanted its trial, and now it wants another life sentence for Kelly. It does not apparently want to prosecute the other wrongdoers in this case or the countless other celebrities who have committed similar conduct. Contrary to the government's argument, the conduct charged in New York covered the conduct charged here. It is true that Jane, Pauline, and Nia did not testify in New York, but they certainly could have, and nothing stopped the government from charging these offenses in that indictment. The government essentially concedes that it pulled out a handful of minors to bring in this instant indictment for no good reason. The government does not even attempt to argue that the charges brought in the instant indictment could not have been brought in the Eastern District of New York case. The government now claims that a 300-month consecutive sentence is appropriate to account for the specific harm of these three minors, including making the argument that the government concedes that it engaged in piecemeal prosecution to enhance Kelly's sentence. The government fails to explain why substantial incremental punishment is justified here when Kelly is likely to die in prison anyway. The sentencing factors instruct this court to consider a number of factors, but each victim get allotted a certain number of years is not among them. The concurrent sentence is what fairness demands. In its quest to ensure that Kelly never sees the light of day, the government fails to give any consideration to the significant mitigation he has presented. The government asks this court to ignore its responsibility to consider the individual characteristics of the defendant and join its bloodthirsty campaign to make Kelly a symbol of the Me Too movement rather than treat him as a human being who should be appropriately punished, no greater or less than anyone else similarly situated. Conclusion: for the foregoing reason applicable for the foregoing reason, the applicable guideline range is 135 to 168 months imprisonment. No upward variance is justified, and numerous factors justify the sentence at the lower end of the guideline range. Moreover, fairness demands that the sentence run concurrent with the EDNY sentence, which is statistically speaking a life sentence. Let me look at these footnotes. Can I make this bigger from here? I can't see this shit. Wait a minute. Okay. Is that it? Okay, I don't know. It didn't get bigger. So, oh, wait a minute. Shit. Something popped. Okay. The government does not mention Tracy in its sentencing memorandum, but that is probably because Tracy has now accused the government of misconduct. According to a recently produced discovery, Tracy claims that she told the agents and prosecutors prior to the trial that Lisa Van Allen was extorting her and other victims. What? Information that was never disclosed to the defense in violation of Brady and its progeny. I'm sorry. Notably, the government had no qualms about vouching for Tracy's credibility when it was seeking to convict Kelly of a bogus, I'm sorry, I can't see this shit, inducement count. But now that Tracy has turned on the government, accusing the agents and others of wrongdoing, it seems to have abandoned any claims that she has was any claims that she was a bona fide victim. Lisa Van Allen was motherfucking goddamn extorting Tracy. Baby, when I put my hands on somebody, that's an old people saying. I don't be wrong. When I say motherfuckers like that, that's how they are. And I don't have to go about and prove it. It'll come out. When it's in you, it's in you. Boy, Ooh, dirty. Okay, number 2. I can't see this shit. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me see. Okay. It will not. Okay. Let me see if I can read that. The government desperately grasps to its inflated offense level on the inducements counts for Jane and Pauline, not Nia, arguing that Kelly transported Jane and Nia for the purpose of producing child pornography. At the outset, the government cannot use this child pornography counts as to Jane to increase the offense level for the inducement count. This would result in impermissible multiple punishments. Okay. Moreover, Jane did not testify that Kelly transported her anywhere for the purpose of creating child pornography. Although Pauline claimed that she saw recording equipment in Kelly's home, she never saw any explicit videos of herself. Neither the government nor the court can simply assume, based on the presence of recording equipment, that Kelly recorded sexual activity with Pauline. The mere presence of recording equipment is insufficient proof under any standard that Kelly did in fact record sexually explicit conduct with Pauline anywhere, but her testimony can be considered. Moreover, Pauline, who had a relationship with Kelly long after she was a minor, did not even indicate when she saw the recording equipment. This is simply no evidence that such videos were ever produced, or that Kelly transported Pauline to any location for the purpose of creating child pornography. This argument is a stretch and is appropriately relegated to a footnote. Oh, she got smart. That's relegated to a footnote, meaning she didn't even bother to put it in the body of this argument. So here's the case, right? If the jury brought the testimony of who she's arguing about, who is it, Pauline or whoever it is, and she did not shake the jury on that particular count, and the government is assumed to have proven it, all the elements, right? Then her argument right here probably should be a footnote, because it is what it is at this case, because they believe the government and whatever the government put up in way of evidence. And if it was just testimony only, and they were unable to discredit that testimony, it's fair game. 3, Derek Goddess runs his mouth plenty on news shows. Oh shit, she getting funky in these motherfucking footnotes, y'all. Derek Goddess runs his mouth plenty on news shows, social media, and in his recently published book. But when called to testify and answer questions under oath about what he did with the video he received from Stephanie Edwards, he prefers to invoke his Fifth and First Amendment privileges. He is a big believer in constitutional rights for himself. The government was forced to acknowledge that Van Allen lied about her age, when she had consensual sexual relationship with Kelly and voluntarily dismissed that count of the indictment. That Van Allen, I mean, that Van Allen lied about something so significant as her age did not dissuade the government from making her a star witness in this case. Mm. So that was that count. Remember that we were just talking about. Voluntarily dismissed that count of the indictment. She was in that count, and they remember I just told you earlier. They quietly put her ass as what individual somebody. Mm-hmm. But according to a recent disclosure by the government, Tracy claims that Van Allen even extorted her. They tearing her ass up in him. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's the Matt Getz I was telling you about. She included the link. Remember, that's the representative that I was telling you about that they declined to go after. So she included that in here when she was talking about the Congress. She included that in here. Girl, I can read your mind. Yes, honey. Let me go. Come on. Well, I got this up, so I ain't really got to come on around. I'm really around here with y'all today. So, yeah, so what y'all think? Yeah, Van Allen, what? I cannot with this woman. The hell? Now, I say she was young, but come on now. They said your activities, it ain't just you was doing extortion shit and whatever well after you was 18. Come on now. Hot goddamn mess. Uh, 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 uh. Let me see. What is this about this money? Where am I? Where am I? Okay. Oh, let me see if there's any juicy stuff in here. Nah, I'm put that reader on. Ain't no juicy shit in here. Let me put. Where the reader at? Oh, wait a minute. Where that goddamn reader? I found that reader earlier. I'm gonna do like everybody else. Where is it? Oh, here we go. I'm coming. And when you gonna start reading, honey? Well, I'm gonna start reading, and when it catches up, then I'm gonna shut up. Defendant Kelly's memorandum regarding restitution. The government attempts to convert restitution into a one-sided civil hearing on emotional distress and punitive damages, but without the burden of proof or rules of evidence or any evidence. The government asked for over $13 million in restitution for Jane, Pauline, and Neil without any receipts, invoices, documented history of past therapy, or evidence of an intent to seek future therapy, affidavits, or any reliable information that supports the excessive request. The law doesn't require much, but it requires more than a spreadsheet that reflects the victims' names and unsupported demand of money. If Jane and Pauline wish to sue Kelly, Nia already has, then they should attempt to do so. Restitution is not a substitute for civil damages, right? As set out in detail below, the applicable mandatory restitution statutes require Kelly to pay the full amount of the victim's losses, but the government bears the burden to show that what losses what those losses are and to demonstrate a proximate causal relationship to Kelly conduct from 25 years ago. The statutes also prohibit this court from ordering restitution for such things as lost wages, attorney's fees, and failure and future life care, which are all sought by Jane and Pauline. The victims are entitled to actual costs already incurred, reasonably projected, that was approximately caused by Kelly's conduct. Nothing more. Kelly's, nothing more. The government has presented nothing to support its outrageous restitution acts other than inadmissible expert reports paid for by Jane and her legal team and some random medical records of Pauline. Like, well, why this thing don't work for me? It read for everybody else, but don't read for me. What kind of shit is this? The setup. Don't y'all see it going across the screen? And that's me reading. This ain't the damn thing reading. Read. The fuck? Wait a minute. Uh-oh. It's coming on. Shit. I don't never phone. Oh, go ahead. You gonna read? How long it take you to get it together? Come on now. Everybody else get they. Child, go ahead on. Get your ass up off here. You want to help out. Facts. On February 3rd, 2023, the government submitted a supplemental memorandum to probation related to its restitution request. Specifically, the government seeks $12,728,416 for restitution on behalf of Jane. According to the government, Jane should have received $4,569,851 for lost wages, future life care, in the amount of $7,704,097, medical costs totaling 400 grand, and attorney's fees in the amount of $54,468. The government did not produce a single receipt for actual losses, but relied entirely on two expert reports from a forensic pediatric expert and a financial consultant retained and paid for by Jane and her attorneys. The government also seeks $2,091,000 and $788 for restitution on behalf of Pauline, without producing one single receipt of any documents whatsoever. The government seeks restitution for Pauline for lost income in the amount of $50,000, past medical expenses in the amount of $42,000, future therapy in the amount of $149,760, and $28 to obtain medical records. With no supporting documentation, the government seeks restitution in the amount of $80,000, $80,640,000, and nil for future therapy costs. Even if the government offered some reliable evidence of losses approximately caused by Kelly's conduct from 1996, it would be offset by the $500,000 Neil already received from Kelly in connection with the civil lawsuit she brought against him in 2002, related to the exact conduct for which he was convicted in this prosecution. Argument: restitution statutes currently in effect apply to the instant case, since restitution does not qualify as criminal punishment according to Seventh Circuit precedent. The Seventh Circuit has held that restitution does not qualify as criminal punishment, and application of an existing restitution statute does not violate the ex post facto clause, even if the statute did not exist at the time of the underlying conduct. Case law. Seventh Circuit in 2002, reiterating that restitution is not a criminal penalty and therefore does not implicate ex post facto concerns, while acknowledging a split in the circuits on this issue. According to the Seventh Circuit, restitution has a non punitive character. Simply put, restitution is not punishment within the meaning of the ex post facto clause. There is considerable debate about the soundness of the Seventh Circuit position, but it is the law of this circuit. Accordingly, this court must look to current versions of the federal restitution statutes when determining an amount of restitution. Okay, the victims are not entitled to restitution for the categories identified in 18 U.S.C. Section 2259 C2A through F because Kelly was not convicted of any child pornography trafficking offenses as defined by the mandatory restitution statute. The government argues that section. Okay, that's a typo because this means section. So there's no need to put that. Okay, that section 2259 is applicable to Jane because Kelly was convicted of 3 counts of 18 U.S.C. sections 2251A, producing child pornography. Kelly agrees that section 2259B1 is applicable pursuant to Seventh Circuit law and requires an order of restitution that pays a victim the full amount of the victim's losses that are proven. Relatedly, the mandatory restitution statute 18 U.S.C. section 2429B1 similarly directs the court to order a defendant to pay a victim the full amount of the victim's losses. The parties do not disagree on this point. However, contrary to the government's argument, Section 2259B2 and Section 2259C2A through F is inapplicable to this case because Kelly was not convicted of a trafficking in child pornography offense as defined by the plain language of statute at Section 2259C3. The language of the statute is clear and absent clearly expressed congressional intent to the contrary. The plain language should be conclusive. The categories of restitution set forth at sections 2259C2, 8 through F apply only to trafficking offenses. As such, this court has the authority to order restitution for actual losses incurred on or reasonably projected to be incurred as a proximate result of the offense, but not for the items set forth in section 2259C2A through F. If I ain't doing all that, not tonight. So this is an 18-page motherfucking argument. I'm just gonna check on these goddamn footnotes because she had some killer footnotes in the last one. It says prior to version of Section 2059 did not distinguish between child pornography offenses. However, in 2018, Congress amended the law to distinguish between production of child pornography and trafficking in child pornography offenses. Congress purposefully, changed the statute in the 2018 Amy, Vicky, and Andy Child Pornography Victim Assistance Act of 2018 to recognize the unique harm of trafficking in child pornography. To the extent the government relies on authority that predate, I can't see, the enactment of the 2018 amendment statute, it may not be good law given Congress substantive changes to Section 2059. Um, okay, that's just talking about losses and shit. Okay, this seems something I can read. Jane is currently entitled to no restitution where the government offers no reliable evidence of losses incurred or reasonably projected to be incurred that were approximately caused by Kelly's conduct. Based on the support submitted to probation, Jane is entitled to zero restitution. The government has failed to offer any evidence whatsoever of costs that Jane has incurred or is reasonably projected to incur except for a bill for her attorney, which she is not entitled to in any event. As discussed above, to the extent Jane seeks compensation for lost wages, housing, attorney's fees, this court has no authority to award restitution for those items since Kelly was not involved in a trafficking offense. But if this court was permitted to consider those items, the government has failed to provide any evidence to support these requests. The government has not provided a single receipt or invoice showing any actual cost that Jane incurred as a result of Kelly's conduct. The government has not even claimed that Jane ever received psychological care in connection with the 1997 creation of child pornography or any sexual abuse committed by Kelly. Restitution is not intended to compensate a victim for therapeutic services she could have received but did not, or therapeutic services that has no intention of receiving. Mm. Then does not have standing to personally advocate for restitution to. Or I could just read the bold type, and that should tell you what this means. Jane does not have standing to personally advocate for restitution through her personal attorney or the work product of her personal attorney. I'll read the first paragraph. In support of its request of restitution in the amount of $13 million for Jane, the government offers a letter brief from Jane's personal counsel and two expert reports prepared by a Dr. Sharon W. Cooper, a developmental and forensic pediatrician, an expert report from Dr. Stan Smith, an economic and financial consultant. Both experts were retained and paid by Jane via her personal counsel. Jane's attorney's letter, brief and direct, and Dr. Cooper and Dr. Smith's expert reports should be disregarded as Jane is not a party to this lawsuit and she has no standing to advocate for restitution on her behalf. This is not a civil case alleging intentional torts and demand of emotional distress or punitive damages. Indeed, the Second Circuit insists that restitution is not about punishment. Jane should sue Kelly if she seeks to be compensated for her emotional distress or to punish him, but she may not end run the civil litigation process through restitution, no matter how much money the government promised her. Okay, we're going to skip through all of that. The court is prohibited from considering Jane's self-serving expert report because they are not reliable and fail to show a nexus between Jane's damages and Kelly's convictions. If this court rules that the expert reports, qualified as admissible as evidence, Kelly must also be afforded the opportunity to cross-examine these experts and present his own rebutting, expert testimony after conducting an IME on the Jane. Okay. Any dispute as to the proper amount or type of restitution should be resolved by the court by the preponderance of the evidence. The burden demonstrating the amount of the loss sustained by a victim as a result of the offense shall be on the attorney for the government. 18 U.S.C. Section 3664E. Critically, the probation has not provided this court with any accounting of loss based on sufficient or reliable evidence, but rather just passed Jane's personal attorney's restitution package via the government. 18 U.S.C. Section 3664A. Okay. Oh, blessed, as my child would say. Oh, it's all blotted out. Okay, she's just arguing it's not. She's not. I can read some of this. Let me see. Attorney's fees. Lastly, the government seeks $54,468 in attorney's fees in restitution for Jane. Jane is not entitled to attorney's fees under the restitution statute as explained in argument 2. Furthermore, Jane's attorney's fees relate to negotiating immunity deals for herself and her parents, and in connection with putting together a restitution package to submit to this court that she has no right to submit in any event. At the outset, Jane's parents are not victims entitled to restitution. They are arguably should have been indicted, oh Lord, as co-conspirators. Regardless, Kelly owes them no restitution in the form of attorney's fees. As for Jane, there is no authority for the proposition that she is entitled to restitution because she believed that she needed an attorney to obtain an immunity argument for herself. Jane did not even testify before the 2002 grand jury and had no reason for fear perjury charges. Regardless, there is no authority that supports the view that defendants must pay attorney fees for victim co-conspirators who negotiate immunity deals for themselves. Oh, she calling Jane a co-conspirator. Oh, she got nasty, child. Oh, shit. Lastly, Jane has no standing to argue for her own restitution, that she accrued over $50,000 in attorney fees, paying an attorney to write a letter brief with supporting expert reports as part of a restitution package, that she has no standing to submit it, not a cost approximately caused by Kelly's conduct. The government has simply failed to present any evidence of costs incurred by Jane or likely to be incurred but that is proximately caused by Kelly's conduct. She is not entitled to restitution. If she wishes to sue Kelly for emotional distress or punitive damages, there is a remedy for that. It's not restitution. The government has offered no support for Pauline's request of $291,788 in restitution. The government seeks $50,000 in lost income for Pauline, $149,760 for past and future therapy costs, including marital therapy. As argued supra, it means above. Pauline is not entitled to lost income, but even if she was, the government offers literally nothing to back up its claim that Pauline lost income. Lost income in the amount of $50,000 of that lost income had anything to do with Kelly. Again, the law does not require much, but it requires more than a declaratory a declaratory statement. The government contends that Pauline is entitled to $42,000 for actual costs incurred between 2008 and 2014 for therapy sessions in the amount of $350 per session. The government does not present even a single invoice or cancel check that backs up this claim. It has failed to meet every very low burden. Having failed to meet its burden to establish past costs incurred, it's also failed to establish that Pauline is entitled to future therapy and marital therapy for the rest of her life. Does that say marital therapy? Martial therapy. Lord, martial therapy. I'm sorry. Lord, to repeat, restitution, it is not designed to pay victims for costs they could have incurred or punish or to punish the defendant. Oh, excuse me. It's clear that the government is asking this court to ignore the law and to just give Pauline money because she is a victim of Kelly. So now, you know it'd be funny. Now it'd be funny, but if they don't get this money, right? I wonder if they're gonna come out and say, well, you know what? Well, the government told me to do this, and I would get this and this, that, and the third. And I really didn't want to do it. That would be funny to see. Let me drink this. The government has presented no support for Nia's claim of future therapy costing her $80,640. Request is offset by the $500,000 she already received in a legal settlement with Kelly. The government makes a blanket demand of 80 grand in restitution for Nia. The government claims with no support of Nia's entitled to that Nia is entitled to future therapeutic costs in the amount of $80,000, but offers nothing by way of support for this claim. The government forgets that it bears the burden of proving actual costs incurred by the victim, costs likely to incur in the future, approximately caused by the defendant's conduct. To say a victim is entitled to future therapy is simply wrong. A victim is entitled to costs incurred or likely to incur. The government has made no showing that Nia will incur future therapy costs. Even if it had, Nia's request of 80 grand is offset by the 500,000 civil lawsuit awarded. She was awarded from Kelly based on the exact same conduct for which Kelly was convicted. USSG section 3664J. Nia testified at the trial that she sued Kelly a couple of years after her encounters with him in Minnesota and Chicago in 1996. She settled the case for 500 grand, which she received. Victims are not entitled to double recovery for their losses. Case law. Thus, even if the government could support the restitution claim for Nia, it would be entirely offset. The government has failed to meet its burdens for order of restitution for Jane, Pauline, and Nia in any amount. Okay. Oh, let me see if something I can catch in this little situation here. Mandatory restitution pursuant to injunction. That's just talking about full amounts of victims lost person. Full amount of victims lost. Okay, it's just laying out what it could be. Services could be for. So, whew. Let me take that down, y'all. Damn, I'm hungry. Yeah. So, yeah, the judge already thinks it's excessive. So, um, I don't know what to say. I really don't. It's all over the place. We are all over the place. We are all over the place. So I really don't know if that was martial therapy or marital therapy. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Let me see. I don't see nothing about no martial therapy. I don't know what that is. Don't give me the line. There was Shaniqua up here talking free R. Kelly. Hey, it's one gonna type that shit in bold print. I know that's right. Free R. Kelly. Yeah, support your goddamn side. Hey, wherever you go. Y'all. I'm serious. Oh Jesus. Y'all asses make my ass hurt. Ache all over the place. Y'all behind. I'm going to go and get up off of here because I done had enough for the day. I done had enough for 2 weeks. Okay? 2 weeks. It's marital goddamn therapy. What? I, shit, I can't see on it. Tell you that now. And it's far away from my eyes. And somehow I need to get me some. I remember back in the day that glasses work for whether it's far away or it's close or whatever. But they gave me two sets, one for far away, one for whatever. So, and no matter which one I put on, I still can't see shit that's on the screen far away. So I don't know. What's up? What's up, Charlotte Bennett? What is up, girl? I don't know. I thought Marshall. I thought it was Marshall. Then it looked like it was spelled marital. Then I looked again, like it says Marshall. But I'm like, well, why would somebody have to give you somebody for some marital therapy unless it was hard on the family or huh? I don't know. It's a reach. Now that is a reach. She probably gonna come out smelling like a rose on that, but child, well, I guess we're gonna talk about bullshit a little bit more if I get off. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like now, I don't know how people are going to clean clean this mess up. Meaning, There's a lot of people that came out, said this, that, and the third. Now, I don't know how how nobody's gonna clean that up. See, I operate in the safety zone. I ain't said that, but what I said, and I think Atmos did a noble, a noble thing, because it's hard being in the right place. You know what I'm saying? It's hard being in the right place. So you can never take that away from people. I am happy her ass is alive. When I tell you, when I wasn't day by day, when I wasn't finding a body, I felt better and better. I felt better and fucking better. I surely did. You know what I'm saying? I was like, well, that is at least one of the people that, because I've always, liked her, after that damn situation or whatever, I always liked her. So that was, that was a rough motherfucking hit. I'm trying to tell you, you can hear people I mentioned only about 5 minutes. We didn't know what the fuck. Like, what are you talking about? I woke his ass up. Lord have mercy. I mean, I am glad that her kids didn't have to bear that pain, that her family didn't have to bear that pain, because I thought about her mom, because you don't know her mom is still living. No parent wants to bury their child no matter how old they are, you know what I'm saying? So thought about all of that. I'm not mad at one bit at her. Nah, we ain't mad at her. I actually thought it was quite funny if that was she was delivering a one last fuck you out the door. But but I'm not laughing at nobody's, feelings that got all, wrapped up into this, because it's, but don't bring, these motherfuckers like to, these people here are the queen. I'm trying to tell you, anytime you find motherfuckers that won't stick to the issue at hand and always got to deflect it and divert it and go this way and go that way and whatever, and never get to the facts, them motherfuckers are guilty as hell. And in somewhere in that diversion and whatever, they gonna lie. Because ain't nobody else's name should have been brought up in this shit, but nobody. Deal with your own shit. Bring up what the fuck you bring up my name for? Fuck I gotta do with it? Nothing. I ain't said shit. But what I said, well, I hope it ain't true. That's it. Deal with your own shit. If a motherfucker got a problem with you, keep that problem with your motherfucking ass. Don't put nobody else in it. Oh, I mean, I got tapes of motherfuckers doing that exact same shit. Did it right up here. Accuse me of some bullshit, and then it gets rolled on to something else. I promise you. And I know the Lord ain't gonna set it up, but if I ever get close to some of you motherfuckers, I swear I'm gonna hit you with a combination that you ain't gonna see coming. I promise you that. Y'all so stupid. And if I can't beat you, I'm gonna have somebody in the car that can. Beat the fucking shit out your ass. Just because your motherfucking ass is a bitch or a bitch ass nigga. Damn. Sometimes I hate that I have to go back to, like when the street in you, the street goes, it's in you. Shit. Hell. I make no secrets about that. I'm serious. I'm gonna choke the shit out of some of you motherfuckers. And one even care. I'm honest about it. Damn. Deal with your shit. If she called out your motherfucking name, deal with that. Put me in it. Damn. Always a loud motherfucking bitches. So I'm gonna kick that motherfucker in the head one day. It's gonna. I'm telling you, I can see my foot. It's like I'm talking about. I'm gonna. You know how the people that start them football games off. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start, and I'm gonna just take off just like that motherfucking kicker man. And he's like, poof, kick right off a head off that motherfucking little thing they put down on that ground. I'm like, shut the fuck up. That's what I'm gonna say when I'm kicking. The fuck up, so unstable ass. Ugh. They trying to get me back. That's all you gonna get. It's marital therapy. Shit, girl, I can't see. What she need marital therapy for? Girl, Charlotte, I'm telling you. Oh, I don't be wanting to hear that shit. The fuck you mean? That be them scared bitches. Bitches always need help. Help me argue with them. Help me. Y'all ain't said nothing when they was calling us bitches. Y'all ain't did it. What you did? You the one talking. Shut the fuck up and leave people alone. Ugh. Come on, bring it in. Bring it in, Zen. Y'all listen, let me tell you something. You know them deep breaths and shit like that y'all be doing. I used to think y'all were weird as hell for doing it. I'm telling. I don't know who do it personally. I just know people be. Now I ain't doing no meditation. I ain't doing that because I'm too cool for that. Okay. But to take the couple deep breaths, I took a couple deep breaths and shit, and I found my motherfucking keys and shit. I was like, where the keys at? Because I got the key. I'm talking. This was on the keys I got with everybody shit. And I couldn't. The only person I called to try to help me look for them was on the way. That's the only person I can call because I couldn't let everybody know. Hey, I done lost all y'all shit. I took them deep breaths and I went right to it. Said a small prayer. Went right to it. It brings a little calm to you. But I'm not doing no meditation. I'm not hitting no bowls. I'm not circling inside no bowls. I'm not ringing no chimes. I'm not doing none of that, okay? Because I'm too cool for that. But somewhere where nobody can see, I will take a little deep breath. Bring it in. Hey, all that other shit, I'm too cool. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm just too cool for that. I'm not going to do that, okay? Yes. But, girl, I've been fine. Child, I've been fine for the most part. But I just have taken on too much shit. Sometimes I don't be even remembering to eat. And then sometimes when I do, I be just, I don't know what I be doing. Shit. Eating bullshit. Because I can. Mm-hmm. Shouts out to everybody that's going to get y'all. What y'all going to do when y'all get y'all income tax? I don't like you, motherfucker. Y'all always get all that damn money back and just balled right in front of our eyes and shit. We just be looking. The people that don't get no taxes back, we just be looking. I don't get taxes back. Shout out to y'all that get them back. That's how it goes. Now, Yeah, that little crazy motherfucker up there talking about she don't talk to people. Girl, that crazy motherfucker. That's why she is banned from over here. Banned. Y'all know today was a holiday? Mm. Goddamn money. Anyway. But y'all, I'm just gonna get up off here. Listen. I don't know if the prosecution is going to drop anything additionally. They really don't have to. I think they took care of their aggravating factors in that one submission. I think Bonjean did her. Yeah, Bonjean took care of her with all those attachments and stuff that she used from New York. That was her, about, Kelly's background and all that. That probably completed, that was her mitigation report. So we shouldn't receive anything else unless, if we did, it was probably come from the prosecution side, because they might answer to this, what J-Bo just put out, as well as they may have something else they want to include as aggregating factors to advocate for him getting whatever sentence they're asking for. So, but they running out of time. They are running out of time. Right. But see, Karen, here's my thing, right? And this just me. I go ahead and put it in time, take them up there time I get it. Because I think they charge you a penalty. And I don't want them charging extra nothing. Don't charge me extra shit. Don't charge me nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be penalized for nothing. My child don't really get the concept of paying back taxes. She be moaning and complaining and shit. But hey, that shit hurts my motherfucking feelings. I'm telling you. Like, are you serious? Yet these goddamn bimbos be out here balling out of control, talking shit to you, and you helping and shit, helping them to get a damn income. Ain't that some bullshit, boy? I get mad when I think about it. Just like them goddamn stimulus checks. The ones that's shopping and keeping the economy going, we the ones that need the damn stimulus check. The fuck? I'm telling you, I still got to find that call with me and my friend on there. We talking some cold hard shit. He mad as hell. But he ain't getting no stimulus check. I'm on that cussing too. We mad. We be talking shit. Don't give you no stimulus check. Don't give you no break nowhere. Don't give you no extra nothing on when it comes around for the taxes. Well, can you give us? Can we write off this? Can we write off? Like give us something for the poor economy. Shit, take off something for that. Nothing. And because check this out right here. Now, I'm gonna tell you how it's a double fucking whammy. Because you don't have dependents, you can't even claim head of household to get nothing taken off. The fuck? You gotta file single. Yeah. It's all fucked up, man. We be looking crazy like, you know what? This ain't right. Ain't right. Mm-mm. This ain't right. Man, I wish, let me tell you something. I am not above a lick. I wish somebody would have told me that them PPP loans weren't going to be able to be paid back, whatever. I was so scared. Then you had it. I thought you had to have like some employees and shit like that. I ain't have no employees at that. I ain't have shit. I don't fucking with that shit. And come to turn around, you got cab drivers and shit like that getting the goddamn people. The fuck? I would have said any damn thing. Not in, I mean, within the confines of the law, of course, but I'm just saying. Girl, I'm over it. Mm-hmm. I'm over it. I'm over it. Tired of hearing that shit. It don't get no better. And let me tell you something. You can have property and stuff that helps and shit. But like if you bought a house this year, I mean last year, that helped. Like what the fuck? Other than that shit don't help. And I'm not gonna be around here keeping every receipt about no goddamn gas. And I ain't about. I don't go to no gas station. I don't do that. Like normal, you know what I'm saying? Nope. Not going to get no gas. Not cutting no grass. I'm not doing none of that. I will what? Child. I get every year. Y'all ain't noticed every year. Since I've been coming over here. Around the first 2 months in the year, I'm complaining about the same shit because it's totally not fair. I'm serious. You don't even get no head of household breaks and shit because your ass don't have no dependents. You ain't got no dependents. And you sitting up there and then you got them motherfuckers because I don't have no account. I just get my shit and take it on up there to the people. Check this out right here. You got them people that be sitting in there getting um some of the money back on the little pay card and shit like that and whatever. And they be sitting up there and shit. And I just cutting my goddamn eyes. They getting some of the money back on tomorrow and shit. I even cut my goddamn eyes. Oh, bitch, get out of here. Yeah, it's just not fair. This now that they need to really do something about how they gonna have to do something better than this because I don't like it. I don't like it. The poor needs, of course, the poor needs, whatever. I get that. But people who aren't millionaires need too. Suppose I spent up everything, right? I mean, just suppose my bills or whatever, I'm balling out of control. I spent up every goddamn thing. So now that's my own fault, granted. But I made it, right? So I should spend it like I want to. That don't mean when taxes come around, what's good with a new black? That don't mean when time the taxes come around, you can't give the middle people whatever no real cuts and shit. So we won't have to pay all that shit. I mean, damn. You give the people at the top more cuts and benefits and the businesses and shit, corporate welfare, every goddamn thing. Every goddamn thing. Don't give a shit. It's crazy. It's totally unfair. Sick of this motherfucking shit. A new black, you ain't found out a way. You ain't started like the black place or whatever. We can go and everybody, we can move and we can set up our own government and shit. So I know if niggas set it up, we don't have no taxes. We don't know. We'll figure out how we're gonna pay for this programs we need in another some other time. Other than we listen, we got to get these reparations or something. I don't know what the fuck to do, but this is just ridiculous. Yeah, you ain't got the black place or nothing, nowhere to for us to pitch a tent or something. And then you know what? Well, I don't know about new black. I don't know if I want you in charge of that. Because you done been over there in Africa in some kind of way, you was able to make it with them conditions. If they ain't got no central heating air, no good water, everybody got to be wearing deodorant and shit. Like if they don't have all that, they ain't got the same shit we got here, cars and shit. I ain't gonna be able to go over there. I'll tell you that right now. I'm gonna tell you that right now. We don't have a stove and shit. Cause all the pictures and play people that I be seeing that they said they took their ass over there to that Africa, they always had their doors open, windows open and shit, hard concrete and shit all throughout the house and shit. What a hardwood floors and shit. I ain't doing it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Yo, I'm telling you, this comes from a person that don't eat outside. Okay, I don't eat outside. Nope. I'm not going to your picnics or none. I'm not going. Time I hear, time I Well, here's the thing. Ain't nobody gonna invite me nowhere to come outside in because they already know the rules and regulations. I already know it's a ghetto ass event. I'm not coming nowhere near that. I'm not doing it. Okay. Like when my child was young, all her parties was in some indoor thing that I gave. Now, when other people gave the shit, you can't tell people no, that's okay. They do outside or whatever. They ain't got nothing to do with me. I pay good money to be inside, okay? And all the kids inside. Good damn money. Right, Dimitri, you right. You need a damn a business, like a business, not like you are the business, like a business, like 1099 stuff like that. That's still, no, you need a corporation, this, that, and the third, whatever, that I can't fudge no numbers under my license and shit like that because I ain't using them for that. I ain't using for shit either, actually, because I don't have no overhead and none of that. So I can't do that. Shit. Child, please. I wish somebody would fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Don't say shit during this season. I gotta cut that check. Shut the fuck up, okay? The fuck up. I don't want to hear none of that. And then my child don't understand shit about shit. She don't understand why the reason why it keeps increasing the amount she have to pay every year. Yeah, because you're making more. And it's gonna continue to increase. Tell you that right now. Cars out there, like what kind of car? Like it don't matter to me. As long as got some air conditioning and a radio. Because New Black, I'm telling you, and they ain't showed me shit out there in that Africa that tells me that I'm gonna be able to be accommodated. People walking all in the streets and shit. I'm not doing that. I want to go to those places. Do y'all ever watch those African movies or little shows that be on Netflix? I'm telling you, it's one called Queen of Kings. It's real good. What at? Because I'm not fucking around. I'm not being in the same traffic with no camel and shit. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing none of that. Uh-uh. I give you the nastiest look, baby. You'll be like, woo, mom ain't playing around, y'all. Y'all, no. So, hold on. Yeah, y'all. So I don't know, y'all. Let me get on off, y'all. I'm hungry as hell. I will see y'all. I think tomorrow I'm gonna catch up on some other shit, but I'll see y'all. It's been nice having y'all, but I got to go. Peace out. I love you. And what? Stay tight. Do something good for somebody else besides yourself.